Welcome to Italy. Aster is looking strong today, but let's see if Omnic can pull off a surprise victory. Aster enters this series with a massive head-to-head lead, winning about 75% of their historical encounters. So yeah, he's coming in with all the confidence after beating Omnic in their most recent outing. We'll have to see if the underdog can find a way to reverse that trend. Aster's now pushing a commanding 2-1 lead. The lower ranked player is refusing to back down right now. Omnic is really starting to put some pressure on the favorite here. He's simply too fast right now, taking his third consecutive round without losing a single point of health. A quick response there to keep things level at 3-3. The top quartile favorite finally shows some teeth. Aster takes the lead with a narrow 4-3 advantage. That's 3 in a row now, completely shutting down any hopes of a comeback from the opponent. A wild exchange of fire, but he outlasts the struggle to keep this run alive. Pure efficiency here, he's completely taken over the map with 5 straight wins. He's really putting that rating advantage to use today. He's absolutely peaking, securing a 6th straight round as soon as the clock started. Aster is comfortably ahead 9-3 at the break. Well, he's essentially played like the high-ranked player we expected to see. He has a massive grip on this map and only needs a few more rounds to close things out. Time to shift gears. Aster has stayed incredibly hot, securing a dominant 31-4 record over the last day. He's just not showing any cracks in his game right now. It's becoming almost impossible for Omnic to find any opening. Aster is just relentless, cruising to a 10-4 lead. It's a tough climb for him, especially after those 3 losses earlier today. Omnic finally breaks the streak to make it 5-10. Surprisingly, the 36 ranked player is finally making a stand. And he's just keeping the heater going, 3 straight for the trailing player. He's really shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. And he quickly halts that momentum, shutting down the comeback attempt. A swift clean strike puts the favorite in a position to end this match right now. He's holding his ground, picking up another one to keep this fight alive. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match. He's just on another level of confidence right now, keeping that winning streak going throughout the session. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Zeth and Aster facing off, with the favorite looking to keep a strong streak alive. Aster really has Zeth's number, holding a massive 239-62 lead in their head-to-head history. You can see that confidence paying off in the way he's controlling the pace early. It'll be tough for Zeth to shift the momentum given how one-sided this rivalry has been. Zeth is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. Slightly surprising to see Zeth outclassing a top 10 player right now. We are back to a dead heat, but the pressure is definitely mounting for Zeth. Zeth is really putting on a show here, putting Aster's high ground advantage to waste. He's really capitalizing on an off day for the favorite. We're completely locked in at 3 apiece now. It's hard to believe he's dropped this many rounds today. Zeth secures another one, proving he can handle the pressure from the heaven perch. He's definitely not letting his opponent cruise to a victory today. And just like that, Aster evens things up at 4. Aster is certainly looking sharp today, already racking up 32 wins. Zeth takes the lead again, putting him up 5-4. Hard to imagine that given his recent day match against the same opponent, it's become a real back and forth battle, with neither player able to string together more than one round. The ranked 10 player is slowly clawing back the lead. Aster manages to pull ahead once more, 6-5. We head into the break tied at 6. Honestly, nobody expected Zeth to stay this competitive against a top 10 player. He's really hanging in there, despite the history between these two. Fresh start for both players. Zeth is putting on a clinic from the ramp right now, managing to secure a slim lead. Zeth is really putting his rank 33 status to the test. Absolute chaos here. Zeth and Aster are deadlocked at 7. Aster is looking incredibly sharp across the board throughout the day. Zeth edges ahead once more, moving to an 8-7 lead. This is a completely different story than their last meeting. They just can't separate themselves. We're seeing an incredible stalemate as both players trade blows round after round. Zeth keeps his nose ahead with a narrow 9-8 grip. It's a shocking turn of events considering his 11-23 record today. Aster has been in sensational form with 32 wins today, and honestly, it makes this collapse even more startling. You'd think that kind of momentum would be impossible to break, but Zeth is just refusing to let the favorite breathe. Aster just shuts everything down, catching Zeth right as he tried to push from the ramp. The gap in overall experience really shows in these high-stakes moments. Aster manages to claw back in the fight, extending his current lead to 11-10. Everything is leaning back toward what we'd expect from the favorite. He answers back immediately, bringing the tally back to a dead even split. It's a total toss-up moving into the final stretch. What a sight! He has completely taken control, moving just one step away from victory. He's really shaking the confidence of a top 10 opponent. Unbelievable, he refuses to let it end here, leveling the map and forcing a sudden death overtime. Zeth is fighting against an uphill climb considering that overall win rate. Zeth is staying incredibly aggressive, keeping the pace so fast that Aster can't even settle in. Pure lightning fast reflexes on that final kill. Both players are playing at a blinding speed right now, with these rounds ending almost instantly. Zeth is simply refusing to give an inch, trading rounds back and forth in a total nail-biter. He's found his second win and is now just one step from closing this match out. A staggering reversal of fortune from the underdog. Aster manages to hold his ground and deny that final blow. He needed that stop to keep his hopes alive. He's showing some real grit in this overtime stretch. Aster is on fire now, forcing a deadlock at 15-all. That was an incredibly sharp transition back into the driver's seat. Aster barely scrapes by to claim a 16th point. Aster holds a 2-point cushion as we hit round 32. His 90% recent form is making a huge difference here. Aster is simply dominating, extending that lead to 18-15. Aster continues to pull away, now leading 19-15. He looked like he might actually pull off the impossible, but the experience ended up being too much. What a fight! Welcome to the red line map. Omnic and Zed are stepping up, with Zed holding a slight edge in this matchup. Omnic came out firing, cleaning up Zeth right off those boxes to take the early lead. A bit of a shocker given how he's been struggling lately. Omnic has a difficult 924 record in the last day. It's clear that Zeth has a better statistical lead in both their recent history and the overall ratings. The question is whether these two early rounds are just a fluke. Zeth manages to put up a fight, shutting down that early push with a perfect shot. Zeth definitely has the skill to close this gap. Omnic is just dominating right now, leading 4-1. A complete reversal from their previous 17-19 encounter today. Unreal. Both players were hanging by a thread, but he barely scrapes through with the win. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of his recent form today. The action shifted to the ramp for this one, and Zeth came out on top in that exchange. He really looks like the stronger player in this overall head-to-head. Omnic has struggled significantly lately with a 10% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's really surprising to see him this comfortable and confident given how poorly he's been performing. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Omnic keeps rolling, pushing the lead to a 7-3 gap. Zeth holds his ground on that ramp, showing he can keep pace as we approach the midway mark. The head-to-head history is incredibly tight between these two. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's completely ignored his poor recent form to hold his own here. Zeth usually looks stronger on red line, but he's on the back foot right now. Time for a fresh start. Zeth is showing real grit here, keeping the pressure on and closing the gap. That's a rapid-fire response to get the momentum swinging. Omnic is still holding a 2-round cushion over Zeth. Zeth is still slightly ahead in the overall lifetime head-to-head. Zeth wins the duel on the ramp, proving he's far from out of this contest. The gap is almost gone now. He really deserves the credit for digging himself out of that hole. Omnic just extends his lead to 9-7. Zeth really needs to find an answer for this right now. Omnic handles him easily off the ramp and is really starting to distance himself in this set. A really tough spot for Zeth to be in right now. The momentum has completely flipped as Omnic secures another victory to move within striking distance. A ruthless sequence as he secures a 4th straight victory, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. Pressure is clearly weighing on Zeth after that rough stretch. Zeth refuses to go down quietly, finally breaking that oppressive run of rounds. The higher rated player is finally starting to feel some resistance. He keeps his composure and secures another quick victory to maintain the fight. The higher ranked player is definitely feeling the heat now. Zeth is on fire now, using that ramp to secure his 3rd straight victory. The momentum has shifted completely in this stretch. He's completely unstoppable right now, grabbing another victory from the ramp to extend the streak to 4. Zeth has completely taken over the map, forcing this game into a tie for overtime. Talk about a total collapse in nerves for the underdog. He responds immediately with an effortless shot to put the pressure back on Zeth. Hard to believe we're seeing a near deadlock given the rating gap. Zeth keeps the pressure high from the ramp, leveling the score at 13-13. Absolute chaos as these two just can't separate themselves. Zeth is simply refusing to break, picking Omnic off the ramp for another crucial round. It's exactly the kind of composure we expect from the higher seed. What a display of resilience as Zeth guns down the opponent from the Tetris to secure a 3rd straight victory. That's a huge shift from how their previous meeting went. A huge stop from Omnic, who manages to push Zeth right off the ramp. He needed that big stop to stay in the hunt. A huge mental reset for the lower rated side. Absolutely unbelievable. Zeth survives on a sliver of health to complete this comeback and secure the victory. What a way to finish this ordeal in overtime. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit today. He's gonna be gutted after that. What a battle. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got a huge match on Mappas today between Omnic and the heavily favored Aster. Aster has historically owned this matchup with a 75% win rate. It's quite a shock to see Omnic actually taking a lead here after losing their last few meetings. We have to see if that early confidence holds. Omnic is simply outplaying Aster, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. It's rare to see him this shaky given that recent win streak. The trades have been exactly even so far, but Aster looks like he's starting to tighten his grip. He's definitely showing why he's top 10 on the ladder. Aster has finally clawed back to a 3-2 lead. He looks far more comfortable than the underdog in this series. Absolute control here, he's just completely shut him down for the third straight round. The skill gap is starting to show now. A total wipeout, he just cannot find an answer for that pace right now. Omnic refuses to stay down, finding a way to answer back. He's proving that the gap in the ladder isn't everything today. What a scramble! He barely survives that trade to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. Aster has clearly been the stronger player today with a 31-4 record in the last 24 hours. And he's translating that confidence directly into this set. We're seeing a complete reversal of the early rounds now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. He's currently in the driver's seat, though he didn't quite let the game slip away during that brief stretch of pressure. Let's see how these new angles feel. A gritty fight, but he manages to claw back another one to keep the pressure on. He's really starting to close the distance on the favorite. Absolute perfection. He just equalizes the set and completely resets the pace of this match. He's simply untouchable right now, walking away without a single point of damage taken. The pressure is clearly mounting for the heavy favorite now. He's simply not missing. That's 4 straight for the man making his move. We are seeing a completely different side of the underdog now. He's just unstoppable. That's 5 in a row for him, fully erasing that early deficit. It is just a nightmare scenario for the favorite right now. Aster manages to survive the firefight, halting that terrifying surge. Just a glimpse of the raw talent that put him in the top 10. He's showing some serious grit here, refusing to let the favorite pull away. It's a strange sight seeing him this outclassed. Both players were shredded in that one, but Omnic barely hangs on to reach match point. He's just completely shut down that brief rally from the favorite. Incredible. He closes out the series with a lightning-fast finish to secure the win. Talk about a complete turnaround from their previous maps. He just looked far too focused to let that lead slip away. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on Dunes today with Zeth and Esther, though the favorite looks strong here. Esther has won nearly 80% of their career meetings. It's a massive gap in head-to-head history. Zeth is fighting a steep hill here, but he's showing he can actually trade blows with the higher rated player today. Esther holds a narrow lead as we head into round 3. Coming off a nearly perfect run today with a 31-5 record. Esther is just untouchable right now, securing a perfectly clean win to keep this run going. He's just too sharp right now, rolling right through this one to make it 4 straight. He looks completely in control of this series. Just an absolute wall of efficiency from that side of the map, taking a 5th straight. The gap in their rankings is on full display. Finally, a break for Zeth. He digs deep in a brutal trade to hold that momentum. He's trying to climb back after a rough 4-13 loss earlier today. Esther's total historical edge is staggering, and you can see that confidence playing out in how he takes control of these exchanges. He's comfortably maintaining a pace that Zeth just can't keep up with. Let's see if the underdog can find any opening here. He's refusing to back down, picking up another round to put some pressure on the favorite. The momentum has completely flipped in the middle of this set. Another effortless pick for Zeth, who is really starting to surge. Total shock for the favorite to be this shaky. Esther takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, it's mostly playing out like we expected. He's leaning on that strong 63% map win rate to stay ahead, but Zeth is definitely putting up a... Let's see how they handle the swap. Esther is pulling away again, leading 8-5. The gap between 12 and 22 on the ladder feels wide right now. He's staying aggressive, picking up another win to keep this rally alive. That was a clean piece of work to keep the pressure up. Esther is cruising now, extending that lead to 9-6. The gap in their head-to-head experience is clearly weighing on Zeth. Esther is just outclassing him, now leading 10-6. Zeth is really struggling to find any answers right now. Zeth keeps the door open here, proving he can trade a few fast rounds with the favorite. He's certainly playing above his usual level for this series. He's refusing to quit, finding a way to keep this rally going. It's a gritty performance from the lower ranked seed tonight. Esther is quickly regaining his footing, making it very difficult for Zeth to build any real speed. A gorgeous shot there to bring the deficit back to 2. That quick reaction time kept the pressure right on the favorite. Esther shuts it down quickly, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. That's a huge weight lifted for the top-seeded player. What a finish! Esther shuts the door on this series with a complete shutout. He really proved why he's the higher seed today, taking care of business in a professional manner. Zeth actually holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot here since he managed to win their most recent meeting. I wonder if Omnic can turn this into a real streak. Absolute chaos there. Both players were nearly empty, but he managed to secure the kill with just a sliver of health left. Omnic is really dominating with a huge 3-1 cushion. Zeth hasn't looked this shaky since that defeat to Aster. Zeth claws one back, trailing Omnic by a single point. He's definitely holding his own against the lower ranked player here. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on now, completely flipping the momentum of this set. He's definitely looking comfortable here, especially considering the rank gap. Omnic maintains a tight grip with a 4-3 lead. His recent 13-8 result against Aster proves he can step up. Dead heat now. Zeth has finally leveled the score. The ranking gap is slight, but Zeth definitely looks sharper. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, putting a significant dent in Omnic's hopes for a comeback. Zeth is showing that higher rating in their positioning. We've hit a complete stalemate at 5 apiece. Omnic is really fighting for his life today, given that 924 record. Zeth edges ahead, now leading 6-5. Neither player has a clear edge with their mirror win rates on this map. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, it's exactly the toss-up we expected coming into this. Both players are trading blows perfectly right now, which keeps the game completely open as they switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic sneaks ahead, reclaiming the lead at 7-6. He's refusing to let his lower rating define this duel. And Zeth fires back to bring us to a 7-7 tie. Both of these guys have a long history of fighting for every single round. Omnic is really starting to distance himself, putting some breathing room between him and Zeth in this half. Omnic is really starting to put on a run, especially knowing his total matches are over 1300. That level of experience is, which is why he looks so composed while defending this lead. I think we're seeing him finally flip the script on this rivalry. Tied up at 9 apiece. This is a total deadlock. Coming into this set, he's already got the edge in their total matches together. The pace of these exchanges is getting faster and faster as they move toward the finish line. Omnic is moving right toward that finish line now with the momentum shifting in his favor. Zed's 12-22 day isn't going his way so far. He's on absolute fire right now, moving 1 point away from victory. The composure is clearly there for the underdog today. What a shot! Zed stays calm and forces another tight exchange as the pressure mounts. Zed stays composed, keeping himself very much in this game as the tension peaks. Another quick reaction to tie the grip on this final stretch. What a spectacular finish. Omnic shuts the door and secures the victory. He really clawed his way back to get the victory in that one. Zed fought a war today. What a fight.
Aster comes out swinging, quickly shutting down Omnic while he was positioned in the window. Aster owns this matchup, winning about 75% of their historical encounters. It's interesting because Omnic actually walked away with their last head-to-head. Now the question is if that confidence from their previous victory can actually translate today. That was an effortless kill for Omnic, proving he's not going to fold this early. A nice way to steady the ship early on. He is really putting on the pressure now, securing another round without taking any damage. What a turnaround! He secures the equalizer from the ramp and pulls the score level. The heavy favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Aster responds instantly to take the lead back. He's certainly playing like the higher rated man today. Aster has been on an absolute tear today, going 35 over the last 24 hours. It's showing in the way he's simply outclassing his opponent right now. We really have to wonder if Omnic can find a way to break this momentum before it spirals. He's completely taking over, putting up a 4th straight round of absolute perfection. The ranking gap is becoming painfully apparent right now. He's just not letting up, securing another clean frame to push the lead to 8. The higher rated player is simply too sharp today. Aster holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. Right? This is exactly what the experts predicted. He's simply far more consistent than Omnic at this point in the map. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Omnic puts on a great display from the ramp to pick up his 2nd win in a row. He's fighting to get back to that 13-8 form from their last encounter. Aster is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 10. He's comfortably managing a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head. The pace of these exchanges has been incredible. Those rounds are ending almost as soon as they start. Aster shuts down that resurgence instantly. He's now just 1 round away from closing this out. Omnic just gets a huge lift, catching his opponent right as he pushed from the ramp. That's a huge momentum swing for the underdog. What a finish! Aster secures the final kill with an immediate flick to close the series. He's just completely in a different league today. Omnic did his best, but he couldn't keep up with that raw speed.
Esther has absolutely owned this rivalry with an 80% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a trend that's clearly continuing today, as he carries a huge amount of confidence from a great day so far. We'll see if Zed can find any answer for that. Absolutely effortless, he just keeps stacking this up. He's riding a huge wave of momentum today with that 31-5 record. He looks sharp. Zed answers back with an incredibly quick reaction to stop the slide. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat at 4-1. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this series. A gritty battle of attrition there, but Zef manages to hold his ground and claw another one back. He's fighting an uphill battle given the gap in their rankings. Aster is really capitalizing on his overall consistency with that 66% win rate over 1,000 matches. Well, that baseline of stability is making a massive difference in how he manages his lead. It will be a long night for Zed unless he can disrupt this pace. Aster still pulling away with a commanding 6-3 lead. The difference in their ladder standings is really showing right now. Another rapid-fire win for Aster, and he's making great use of that ramp for cover. Zed has really struggled to put games together this session. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 7-4. We head into the break with Aster leading 7-5, and honestly, this is just about what we expected to see. Zed is keeping the gap narrow, but the top-seeded player is still comfortably in control here. Let's see if Zed can pivot. Aster holds a sturdy 3-round cushion at 8-5. He's definitely the stronger force on this specific map. Aster's just untouchable now, extending that lead to 9-5. Just another result in line with their long history together. Zef holds his ground from that ramp, keeping the pressure on and refusing to fade away. He's really fighting hard to close that rating gap. Zef is staring down a steep hill at 6-10. It's proven difficult for Zeth to capitalize on his a few highlights today. Zeth is hanging tough, but Aster's now up 10-7. He needs to dig deep after that recent loss to Omnic. Aster is just a few steps away from closing this out. Zeth really needs a string of wins right now to stay in the hunt. He's certainly living up to that top quartile ranking. Just a blur of movement as Aster shuts him down on the ramp to reach match point. Pure precision from the favorite on that final touch. That's it, a perfect finish for Aster to seal this series. He just looked far too composed throughout that whole set. Zeth tried his best, but that skill gap was plain to see.
What a scramble! Omnic secures the opening frame from the ramp, though he barely survives that exchange. Zeth has historically won about 50% of their matchups. It's a bit surprising to see him starting so slow when he usually handles despair so well. He really needs to find a way to close that gap quickly. Zeth is on a roll now and he really capitalized on that high ground for the round win. He's currently trying to shake off a string of losses from earlier. Omnic's just not letting Zeth breathe right now. He's firmly in control as we head into the next frame. He's playing the role of the underdog quite well today. We've hit a complete deadlock at 3 apiece. He's definitely fighting for a rough stretch with those recent results. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to take this one. He's really capitalizing on his recent success against Zeth. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, outplaying Zeth even when he's forced to fight uphill. That second straight victory really shifts the pressure onto Zeth. Zeth holds his ground from the ramp to keep this series incredibly tight. He's finally showing a bit of that historic edge in this map. A perfect split at 5-all. Total chaos. The higher ladder ranking is finally starting to play a part. Omnic edges ahead with a slim 6-5 lead. He's certainly looking stronger after that 13-11 victory earlier today. We're all square at 6 apiece, and honestly, that's exactly what we wanted to see from this matchup. Zeth is fighting back hard despite his recent slump, and I can't see anyone blinking first in the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic just erased Zeth from that ramp instantly, and now the tide is starting to turn in his favor. That's a tough run of results for Zeth today. Absolute deadlock again as we move into round 15. Zeth is definitely trying to flip the script on his current daily slump. Zeth takes a slim 1-point lead into round 15. A hat-trick for Zeth, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. His ranking really starts to matter as he pushes for the finish. Slight shift in tempo here as he puts a stop to that momentum swing. He's definitely playing with a lot of heart given that 36 slot. Both Omnic and Zeth are completely neck and neck at 9. Tough a few hours for Zeth, who has struggled to close out these latest sets. Zeth keeps a strong hold on that ramp to push his lead further. He's really fighting a losing battle with his recent match results. Zeth keeps his grip on the high ground to extend this run. Zeth is finally shaking off those tough results from his other sets today. What a fight! He was nearly out of the game but managed to scrap his way to a victory. Just an incredible scramble to keep this series breathing. He keeps the pressure high, securing another win from the ramp to move within striking distance. Zeth is definitely finding a second win in the closing moments. Unbelievable, he closes out the series with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Omnic was just a few plays away from another massive upset here, but he couldn't close the door. What a fight!
Esther is coming into this with an incredible 35 record over the last day. It makes this early lead for Omnic even more surprising given how decisively Esther has been winning his matches. I wonder if the pressure of being the heavy favorite is starting to weigh on him. Aster holds a tight 2-1 grip on this series. Aster typically controls the pace in these head-to-head matchups. We've got a deadlock on our hands. Neither of these two can seem to pull away today. He's really fighting back after that tough result on fast aim. Omnic surges ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. Historically, he has always been the one in control here. What a frantic sequence, but Omnic outlasts him in a total brawl to keep this momentum surging. He's just unstoppable right now, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. Simply untouchable. He just keeps piling them up, extending this run to 5 straight. The ranking difference is glaring right now. Aster finally answers back with a precise exchange to get back in this. Omnic is completely defying the history here, given that Aster has historically won 75% of their encounters. It's almost surreal to see him controlling the game like this when he's usually the underdog. If he can maintain this pace, we're looking at a massive upset. Omnic leads 7-5 going into the break. I mean, he's playing completely differently than his typical 33% career win rate would suggest. Aster is definitely feeling the heat here and needs a strong response on the switch. Time to see a change in momentum. A remarkably clean sequence from Aster, showing real grit to keep his hopes alive. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic pulls even further ahead at 8-6. He's putting on a display we rarely see from the number 36 spot. The favorite proves he can stay in the fight, clawing back another round. He's certainly not letting this game slip away without a fight. He's completely shifted the energy, erasing the deficit to bring things dead even. This is a tough spot for the rank 36 guy to be in. Omnic just reclaimed a slim 1-round advantage. The top 10 spot in the rating normally commands more respect. Aster shows incredible resolve, putting the score right back to a deadlock. Just an absolute nail-biter at this point. Aster is showing real toughness here, taking a clean round to reclaim the lead. A really sharp set of responses to shut that window of opportunity. A complete stalemate now with both Omnic and Aster tied. He's really holding his own against a top 10 opponent. Aster simply outclassed him here, securing another victory without taking a hit. The momentum is shifting back to where we expected it to be. We are seeing a true mirror image of a match here. Neither one will give an inch. That close exchange left him barely standing. He's back in the driver's seat with another effortless point, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable. We are headed to overtime as Aster forces a dead heat. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. He refuses to buckle, surviving a trade to take his 2nd straight win. The pressure is absolutely mounting now. Omnic just timed that perfectly to take him off the box and shut down that mini run. He is staying completely composed in this tiebreaker. The tides have turned completely. Omnic has completely flipped this script to put himself in a position of power.
He is simply on fire right now, picking up another victory to hold the lead. Tough breaks are starting to pile up for the higher seed. Esther keeps his hopes alive with a sharp play, refusing to let this series end just yet. Pure composure from a man who refused to go down easily. What a grueling fight, but Omnic finally closes it out to secure the series. He really clawed his way back and held his nerve in those final moments. To pull this off against the Giant today is just shocking. What a performance. Esther has an absolute stranglehold on this rivalry with a huge 242-62 head-to-head lead. It's no surprise the higher rated player is starting strong here. We'll see if Zeth can find any answer to that historical dominance. He's simply on another level right now, putting up a commanding 3-0 lead. Zeth responds with a sharp play, showing he's far from out of this. The favorite is finally feeling some pressure here. Another clean exchange for Zeth, who's really starting to close the gap. The underdog is effectively fighting on even ground now. Esther halts the slide and moves ahead 4-2. He's been in incredible form lately, netting 29 wins today. Esther is clearly riding a massive wave of confidence after putting up a 29-6 record over the last day, and honestly, that momentum is making him look practically invincible in these opening exchanges. He's really putting the pressure on Zeth here. Esther is just taking over now, extending his lead to 7. Zeth is definitely feeling the gap between their respective ratings right now. Zeth is waking up, securing a lightning-fast victory to keep the game alive. Esther quickly bounces back to grab an 8-3 lead. Zeth is really struggling to find a way through his opponent's defense. Esther leads 9-3 going into the break, and honestly, he's completely living up to the hype right now. Zeth has a massive mountain to climb if he wants to steal this series. Time for Zeth to dig deep. Zeth grabs one, but he's still trailing 4-9. That's a tough spot for the number 12 ranked player to be in. Aster stays firmly in control at 9-5. The momentum is shifting toward the underdog for the first time today. Zed put up a little resistance, but Aster is quickly shutting that down. The skill gap is just too evident here. Aster was waiting for him, picking Zed right off the ramp to extend the lead. The top quartile talent is just too consistent tonight. And he's back in charge, shutting down the opposition and putting himself just one win away from victory. Total victory for Aster. He shuts the door on this match with a final decisive blow. Just a total mismatch from the start. Zed couldn't find any real answers for the favorite today. Zeth currently leads the head-to-head record with 183 wins over Omnic. Well, it's a very narrow margin over hundreds of games, but it's a psychological edge that's clearly helping him right now. We'll see if he can build on that early lead. Omnic has surged ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. He is just untouchable right now, taking full control of the server with the perfect sequence. A tough way to start for the higher ranked man. Absolute perfection from Omnic, who simply refuses to let his opponent back into this map. Zeth answers back instantly with a lightning fast shot to prove he's still in this. A sharp way to reset the momentum. Zeth keeps the pressure high, utilizing that ramp to keep his rally going. The higher rated player is starting to feel the heat. Omnic had the read this time, catching Zeth right as he tried to use that ramp. The lower rated player is really leaning into this match. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, especially after that close 16-14 victory against Esther in his last match. He's clearly carrying that confidence into this server. The big question is if he can keep this momentum going before Zeth finds a way to respond. Omnic is just dominating, cruising with a 7-4 advantage. Zeth's 12-23 run today is starting to look really bleak. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is mirroring the expected parity. Zeth holds a slight advantage on this map historically, but he hasn't managed to pull away from the early pressure. Let's see who wakes up faster. He's showing a lot of heart here, closing the gap to just one round. The momentum shift favors the man fighting from behind. Another precise shot and we are completely level at 7-7. A complete reset on the board for both of these guys. Unbelievable. Omnic barely survives that scramble, managing to scrap his way out of the firefight to take a thin lead. A massive swing in the favor of the lower seed. Zeth is showing serious grit, securing the win from the ramp to bring us dead level. Zeth is really showing why he's the higher seed in this matchup. Omnic edges back into a thin one-round lead. It's really interesting to see the underdog putting up this fight. Zeth is refusing to let this game slip, shutting down his opponent and evening the score. The latter favorite is starting to look much more comfortable. That was a total shutout. Zeth continues his steady climb back into this set. He looks incredibly focused after that tight battle earlier. 10 all now. This is a total deadlock. Neither side can seem to build any real distance here. Omnic is really starting to pick up speed, putting the pressure back on Zeth in a big way. What a scramble! He digs deep to survive that war of attrition, putting himself just one step away from the finish. Pure desperation from Zeth, unable to close the gap. He manages to claw back another round, staying alive in this fight. Unreal! He barely escapes with his life to close out the series. That's a huge weight off his shoulders to finally get some payback. He really had to fight for every single point here. What a battle! Esther has been an absolute force with a 35 record over the last day. It's clear the momentum is heavily in his favor. We have to see if Omnic can actually pull off another upset here. We're all squared up now. Omnic has responded. He's really the one to beat in this series. Aster holds a slim lead, but Omnic is fighting back. The gap in the ladder is definitely starting to show. Omnic just completely shut him down, playing the ramp perfectly there. He's already taken a map off the favorite today. Aster pushes ahead to 3-2 and looks unstoppable. The long-term history here is heavily skewed toward the higher seed. Aster extends the lead to 4-2, really dominating now. It's a tough spot to be in against the 12th highest rated player. He's completely turned things around, putting a stop to that run with 3 straight wins. That was a cautious exchange, but he eventually found the winning shot to stay in the fight. He definitely has the skill to keep things competitive. Aster has completely dominated this specific matchup with over 300 head-to-head wins, and honestly, that psychological edge is starting to weigh heavy on Omnic. It's becoming a lot harder for the underdog to find any footing here. Another effortless win for Aster, making it 3 straight as we head toward the break. He's completely taking control as we approach that halftime mark. Aster takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He's looking very comfortable right now, especially given his high win rate on this map. Time to switch things up. Omnic manages to shut down Aster's push on the ramp, picking up another quick round. He's really trying to flip the script on a tough opponent. Aster reacts quickly to get the kill on the ramp and puts some breathing room back into this score. It's a familiar pattern we've seen in their high career head-to-head count. Aster's cruising now with a commanding 10-5 lead. The disparity in their game is looking stark right now. Omnic pulls it back by catching Aster right as he pushed from the ramp. It's a mirror of the results they just had on Dunes. Aster's comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-7. He is definitely playing with a lot of confidence after that win on Dunes. He is really making a statement now, picking Aster right off that wall to stay hot. The pressure is really starting to mount for Aster now. Aster gets back in the driver's seat with a clean win here. The gap in rating is reflecting in the result tonight. Aster delivers another perfect spray from the ramp, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. That was just a completely clean transition from the previous round. And there it is. Aster closes it out in style to secure the victory. Omnic fought hard to keep the game respectable, but he just couldn't overcome the sheer consistency we've seen from Aster all day. Aster is an absolute powerhouse in this specific head-to-head with 243 career wins. He's an incredibly reliable favorite, but Zeth is clearly playing with a point to prove right now. We'll see if that first round was a fluke or a sign of things to come. Zeth keeps the pressure high with a 2-1 lead. He just put an end to those nail-biting close calls. Everything is back to a dead heat. We've got a real toss-up on our hands now. The number 12 seed is looking a lot more like himself now. Zeth has climbed back on top, leading 3-2. A shocking turn for the 12-rated player right now. Aster fights back and we're staring at a 3-3 deadlock. This is a massive shift from the 13-5 beatdown he dealt Zeth earlier. The momentum is swinging back quickly as Aster takes a firmer grip on this set. Just like that, Zeth and Aster are tied up. He's certainly not playing like the rank 33 guy right now. Zeth manages a narrow edge, pushing ahead 5-4. It's a surprising swing for a player whose overall struggles against him. Absolutely effortless. He's just on a tear right now, taking his third straight. A sharp reaction from Aster to secure a clean kill right before the half. He's managing to keep this set within a single round. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's genuinely surprising to see the lower rated player controlling the tempo here. Aster is normally a wall in this head-to-head, but he's looking shaky. Time for a clean slate. Aster claws back to just one round behind Zeth. Coming off a truly dominant day so far with that 31-5 run. Complete parity now. Aster has completely erased Zeth's lead. It's proving difficult for the bottom half of the ladder today. Zeth is just reading him like a book, cutting him down the moment he tried to hold that wine angle. They're locked in a dead heat at 8-all. This is a gritty battle from the rank 33 underdog. Aster finally seizes control with a 9-8 advantage. He's definitely looking to replicate that 13-5 result from their last outing. The tension is skyrocketing now as we're headed toward the endgame with neither player able to pull away. Zeth strikes back, reclaiming the lead at 10-9. It's a complete reversal of how they usually match up. And Aster levels the playing field at 10 apiece. This is a total toss-up despite the massive experience gap. Zeth is just a heartbeat away from pulling off a monumental victory here. He's showing some real resilience in this closeout phase. They are just trading blows at this point. It's almost impossible to call who will blink first. Neither side is willing to give an inch today. Aster holds that wine height perfectly to seize the lead and move within one of the finish. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a final sharp burst to close out the series. Zeth gave everything he had to flip the script, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He really pushed the favorite to the limit tonight. A total brawl. Zeth is coming into this series on a 3-game losing streak. He's been struggling to find any consistency today, though he's normally the one who manages to edge out the wins in this rivalry. It will be interesting to see if he can reclaim his usual confidence. He catches Zeth right off the ramp, extending the lead to 3-0. The head-to-head historically leans towards Zeth, but he's not seeing it today. He finally finds his mark to get back on the board. The gap in their individual rankings isn't showing at all right now. Omnic is just too sharp today, catching him again as he tries to play from the ramp. Tough run of form for Zeth, who's gone 10-25 over the last day. Omnic is dominating, pushing his lead to a massive 5-1. He's just taking over this game, moving into the driver's seat with another fast win. He keeps his foot on the gas, moving toward double digits with a flawless display of aim. He's taking full advantage of a teammate who's fallen on hard times. Just a complete shutdown here. He's now 5 rounds strong and looking stronger than ever. A total reversal from how we've seen them clash before. A total wipeout as he clears Zeth right off the box for a 6th straight round. Finally gets a look and converts, drawing some blood before they head into the break. He's fighting hard to close a gap that's looking quite steep. Omnic takes a big 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly this is a shock given Zeth usually holds a strong percentage on the arena. He's just completely frozen up early on. Time to flip the script. Omnic is really leaning on that 11-22 record from today to find his confidence. He has managed to turn his poor form into a huge advantage in this specific series. Now the focus is on whether he can close this out before Zeth finds his footing. Omnic reacts instantly here to put a stop to that mini comeback. Zeth is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. The momentum is shifting towards Zeth now, but he still has a mountain to climb. Zeth is showing just how close their total career head-to-head really is. He puts himself in the position to end this right now. A huge shift from their last meeting, where the result was much tighter. Unreal, Omnic finishes him off in a blink and claims the victory. A really rough outing for the veteran here, and he's definitely going to need some time to reset after that.
Aster has really owned this rivalry with 316 total wins over Omnic. That historical dominance makes this first round loss a bit more worrying for Omnic. We'll see if he can find a way to break that cycle today. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's been absolutely tearing it through the server today. Omnic uses that ramp to secure the equalize, and we are right back to a dead heat. A bold start for the lower ranked player in this series. Omnic claws ahead, putting the pressure on Aster now. Things are wide open now with a 3-3 deadlock. His higher ranking is reflecting in those precise traits. Omnic is really challenging the script here, continuing to push back against the odds. We're all squared up at 4 apiece now. Aster is certainly looking like the stronger side today. Aster used the ramp to seize a comfortable lead and is looking very sharp right now. He is really putting that rating gap on display. A complete stalemate as Omnic and Aster hit 5 apiece. He's definitely fighting through a tough stretch of matches today. Aster makes a quick read on the ramp to keep his momentum going. He's coming into this with some serious momentum after that 35 run today. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is definitely not the blowout we expected given Aster's usual success. Omnic is playing out of his mind to keep this series an even split. Time for a fresh start. Aster is playing very intelligently, using that ramp to reclaim the lead. He looks comfortably seated in that top quartile spot right now. Unbelievable. Omnic barely survives that absolute slugfest to keep the game deadlocked at 7-all. Omnic takes the lead, putting himself on top 8-7. Aster manages to push him off that ramp, and these two are now completely tied once again. A strong showing from the higher seeded player here. Aster just edged ahead to claim a narrow lead. The seed disadvantage is starting to weigh on him. Aster shuts him down on the ramp, picking up another victory to keep the streak alive. The skill difference is becoming a huge factor in this series. Another huge exchange for the leader, and he's just completely unstoppable right now. He's looking incredibly comfortable for a heavy favorite. A flawless burst to finish that exchange, and now Aster is just a single round away from victory. And there it is. Aster closes out the series in style to take the win. That late momentum was just too much to handle, and he really proved why he's got the upper hand on this map. Esther holds a dominant head-to-head record, taking 80% of their historical encounters. It's clear he has a huge psychological edge whenever these two meet. He's coming in with a lot of confidence, and the early lead just solidifies that. A brutal brawl on the ramp ends with Aster coming up on top, putting him up by 3. The class difference is on full display right now. Zeth answers back immediately with a sharp kill, showing he isn't going to buckle under the pressure. Aster is simply cruising along with a 4-1 lead. His recent form is on another level compared to the competition. Zeth is showing some real grit here, securing another clean win to close the gap. The underdog is refusing to fade away early on. Aster is playing a nearly perfect game of tennis with a 31-5 record over the last day. Well, it's no surprise he's in total control here, given that Zeth is struggling to get any momentum going. He'll need to find a way to break that pattern quickly. Aster still firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. His 11 ranking on the ladder is definitely showing through. That was a total shutdown, and he keeps the pressure climbing as he claws back into this game. He's really putting on a show here, refusing to let the lead slip completely away. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. We're tied up 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Zeth is absolutely punching above his weight here. He's keeping pace with the 11 seed despite a tough recent run. Time to see who blinks first. He's just not quitting, taking the lead and extending this improbable surge. Zeth is completely flipping the script on the pre-match expectations. Deadlock at 7, all the tension is palpable. It's a tough grind for Zeth, who struggled in his recent outings. He's simply refusing to let up, securing an 8-7 lead as this rally continues. The underdog is making this a nail-biter. Aster claws back to leave us tied at 8 apiece. Still a huge hill to climb for a player sitting outside the top 30. He remains incredibly composed, taking a clean round to hold his narrow advantage. He's just not letting up, securing a second straight win to stretch this lead. Zeth is truly defying the oddsmakers in this one. Zeth has shifted the momentum with a 10-9 lead. That's exactly what you'd expect from someone with such a strong historical win rate. Total chaos now with Zeth and Aster deadlocked at 10. He's showing exactly why he's the higher rated player today. Aster completely takes over the pace, putting together 3 straight wins to regain the lead. Unbelievable. Both players were fighting for their lives, but he digs deep to equalize it at 11-11. A frantic exchange, but he manages to survive the chaos. He's on fire. Zeth just surged ahead, needing only one more to secure the victory. Absolutely incredible. He closes out the final round perfectly to secure the win. He's finally broken that streak, proving he can hang with the best regardless of the history between them. He had to fight for every single point, a massive result.
Omnic has really taken control of this pairing after winning their last head-to-head matchup 13-5. It's clearly putting Zeth on the defensive right from the start. Let's see if he can recover his footing. Omnic is cruising with a clean 2-0 lead. He's holding that edge despite being slightly lower on the ladder. Zeth clawed one back, but Omnic still leads 2-1. The all-time head-to-head is basically a dead heat between these two. Zeth has completely flipped the script, erasing that early lead in a heartbeat. The two of them are almost identical on the ladder right now. Omnic stays out in front, leading the tally 3-2. It's essentially a toss-up given how tight their total match histories are. Zeth has forced a complete deadlock at 3-all. Zeth is definitely fighting back from that 5-13 loss they shared earlier. We're seeing a lot of back and forth here. Neither one of them can really pull away. The ranking on these two is practically a mirror image. And now we're locked at 4 apiece. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things level. Omnic edges ahead again, taking a slim 5-4 lead. He's really capitalizing on that high confidence from their previous map encounter. Omnic is currently sitting on a 2-round win streak. Look, he is really starting to translate that pre-match favorite status into a tangible lead. He needs to stay focused here before Zeth finds a way back into... Omnic just keeps his nose ahead at 6-5. A very composed stop there to keep things tight. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, it's basically the exact scrap we expected from these two. They're almost identical on this map, so it makes sense that we're seeing such a narrow gap. Fresh start for both guys here. Omnic is really starting to pull away at 8-5. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from the earlier map. He's showing a lot of grit, answering back to keep this series within reach. That was a quick reaction to secure the win. He's showing some serious tenacity now, closing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is definitely shifting back to the favorite now. Omnic pushes forward, now holding a 9-7 advantage. A real clash of styles between two who are nearly identical in rank. Omnic is distancing himself now, extending it to 10-7. Zeth's recent 13-11 victory over Aster didn't provide much momentum here. A fierce fight there, but Zeth manages to come out on top to stay in this. He's refusing to let this slide away just yet. Zeth is refusing to buckle, putting up a completely untouched frame to tighten the gap. He looks completely revitalized after that last exchange. He wipes him off the ramp to finally bring this set back to a deadlock. A completely different energy from him compared to how this started. Omnic reacts just a fraction faster to reclaim a slim lead. That was an incredibly fast flick to get back on top. What a scramble! Omnic barely clings to the round, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. A huge, gutsy play to keep those hopes alive. Absolute carnage in that final exchange, and Omnic closes the door to take the whole map. Zeth really put him through the ringer in that second half, but he just couldn't find that final push to bridge the gap. What a fight! Aster starts strong here, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp for the opening lead. Aster is usually much more consistent, holding a 66% all-time win rate, but Omnic has a knack for playing him close, even if the overall record is skewed. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers actually matter today. We're all tied up as they head into round 5. The rating gap is huge, but the scoreboard doesn't show it. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on, reclaiming control of the series right here. Aster's a total menace from that ramp right now, just completely shutting down any attempts to push. The higher rated player is definitely showing his class here. Aster takes a narrow 4-3 lead into this next one. He's showing a lot of resilience after that 8-13 defeat earlier today. Omnic claws it back to a deadlock at 4 apiece. He's fighting a steep climb against the legend with a huge head-to-head lead. Everything is moving so fast. These trades are happening in the blink of an eye. This is a common sight given their historical head-to-head matchup. Aster has been in incredible form today with a 29-6 record in his last few games. He's really leveraging that confidence to pull away from a player who has had a much rougher day. Omnic needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum quickly. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's playing the role of the favorite well, though Omnic is keeping this relatively competitive. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Aster is just too oppressive today, using that height advantage on the ramp to keep the lead comfortably in his favor. Omnic is having a really tough time against a player he rarely beats. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. He's playing with a huge advantage in their all-time head-to-head. He was just too sharp in that exchange, shutting down any hope of a recovery. His rank 12 status is really starting to show here. Omnic responds quickly here, securing a clean shot to bring the score to 6-10. He's definitely shaken off that narrow loss from earlier in the day. Aster is putting on a real clinic here, just refusing to let Omnic string together any kind of momentum. Aster shuts the door on that mini comeback, putting him just one shot away from the victory. What a scramble! Omnic manages to survive that chaotic exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. He just can't let it slide. That's another one for Omnic, who's putting up a serious fight. The underdog is suddenly looking very dangerous. Omnic is absolutely on fire, winning another tough clash on the ramp to push this run to 3. The pressure is shifting completely toward the favorite now. What an unbelievable run, he's just completely taken over this series now. Unbelievable, he just can't be stopped, keeping his momentum alive to bring this almost all the way back. It's a complete reversal of the early lead. Absolute precision. Aster closes it out with a clean finish to secure the map victory. Omnic nearly pulled off the impossible with that massive late push, but he just couldn't find the final gear. He had to work for that. Aster holds a massive 244-63 lead in their head-to-head history. It's no surprise he's starting strong, given how much he usually dominates this specific pairing. We just have to see if Zef can recreate that last victory from earlier today. Total control here as he claims another one without taking any damage. The pressure is mounting as Aster keeps the momentum swinging his way. The gap in their current rankings is starting to show. Both players were trading hits, but the fight ultimately goes to Aster for a clean sweep so far. He's certainly making that higher ladder position felt. Aster completely shuts him down from the wine for a perfect 6-0 start. He's looking extremely sharp across his whole day. He is simply untouchable right now, claiming a 7th consecutive round in an instant. He's simply in a league of his own today, extending this winless slide for Zef to 8. An absolute rout as he pushes his lead to 9-0. He's been on a tear today with 30 wins already. Just a total wall of strength from the wine, making it double digits. He's really making that top quartile ranking feel like a different tier. Zef manages to put a stop to the onslaught just before the half. He's definitely shaking off some of that early rust. Aster takes a comfortable 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. He looked way too strong for Zef for most of that half. Let's see if Zef finds his rhythm. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange to secure a hard-fought point. That's 2 in a row for the underdog. Zef is currently fighting through a tough spell with an 11-23 record over the last day. It's impressive to see him push back like this after such a difficult run. He's proving that he can handle the pressure even when the numbers are stacked against him. Aster is right back in the driver's seat, putting himself 1 round away from the finish. Absolutely crushed that exchange to get his lead back. He manages to secure another quick point, delaying the inevitable. Squeezes out a point just when it looked like he was done. He's refusing to go down quietly, securing another fast round for himself. It's certainly a surprising turn of events for the heavy favorite. What a huge closing shot to put it all away. Aster finally seals the deal. He's just too consistent on this map, and it really showed throughout the set. Omnic enters this map with a 41% win rate, and he seems to be building on that confidence after taking their last head-to-head encounter. Now we just have to see if he can translate that specific advantage into a full match victory. Omnic's really leaning into that 2-1 lead right now. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure after that rough afternoon. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Omnic is simply reacting faster than Zeth right now. That's another clean take, and he's now fully in control of the pace. Zeth's recent slump is becoming a serious problem for him. He's on absolute fire, extending that streak to 4 rounds in a row. The underdog is really struggling to find any answers. Zeth manages to secure a clean round and claw back some ground. The head-to-head record between these two is essentially a dead heat. Zeth continues his push, looking completely unfazed as he secures another round. Zeth had a tough run in his opening bout, but he's looking sharper now. Zeth has essentially been shaking off a rough day so far with that 11-24 record. It's a tough climb back to neutrality when you're staring down a deficit like this. He needs to put a stop to these quick losses immediately. Zeth just shuts that door quickly, proving that the high ground is the way to go here. Neither of these two can truly separate themselves from the pack today. Omnic takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as we thought it would. Omnic is using that map advantage to stay on top, but Zeth is keeping the score respect. Time for a fresh start. Omnic just shuts him down immediately, pulling Zeth right off the box. He's looking to repeat the results from their latest encounter. Zeth is refusing to go away, continuing his climb back into the match. The gap is closing quickly. Omnic pushes the lead back up to 9-6. He really has the upper hand in their historical matchup on this terrain. Zeth shows some real grit here, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. He is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this. Omnic holds a comfortable cushion at 10-7 now. The ladder positions for these two are incredibly close. Omnic is really starting to peel away from the competition here. His overall win rate sits just under Zeth's long-term average. Zeth is keeping the pressure on, refusing to let the lead slip away into a total blowout. It is a tight battle between two players, very close in the rankings. He secures the victory in that exchange and is now 1 round away from closing this out. The favorite is certainly playing to his expected level here. Unbelievable, he manages to survive that absolute war of attrition to close out the match. He barely walked away from that final trade, but it's all he needed to keep the momentum in his favor. He really ground this one out. Hard-fought win.
Esther is sitting on a massive 75% win rate in their overall head-to-head history. It's an intimidating gap, but we already saw them trade rounds in their very last meeting. Omnic has to prove he can handle the pressure here. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life to secure the equalizer. Just an incredibly hot start for the favorite. Omnic's now in control with a 2-1 lead. It is a different story than his recent 12-22 run today. What a scramble. He secures the tie from the ramp, barely surviving the encounter. He's really proving why he sits in that top quartile. Aster pulls ahead, leading the series 3-2. A glimpse of that 29-6 dominance he's shown today. He's completely taken over the server, moving toward a 4-round lead with total precision. Omnic answers back immediately to bring this set right back to a tight contest. He's showing plenty of resilience despite the huge gap in their ratings. Total deadlock now as they head into round 9. Coming into this, Aster had looked nearly unstoppable against most of the field. Absolute perfection from Omnic, who just outclassed his opponent for the 3rd straight time. The lower ranked side is refusing to back down. He is simply on another level right now, extending his run to 4 straight. He's really shaking the confidence of the favorite right now. He's just relentless, putting up 5 straight to seize a commanding lead. The favorite looks completely lost in this series. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome. Despite Aster's superior record on this map, the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Let's see if Aster can wake up. Omnic keeps the pressure on, catching Aster right as he tried to play the ramp. His recent win against Zeth on Dunes provided some good momentum. Aster finds a way to answer back from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive here. The higher seed is starting to push back. Omnic has practically completely reversed the historical trend where Aster wins 75% of their meetings. It's a stunning contrast to their usual patterns. The pressure is now firmly on the higher seed to make a move. Omnic is really running away with a 10-7 lead. He's starting to close the gap quickly now. He's completely shut down the momentum, cruising to another victory to stay in the hunt. A very sharp response to get the momentum swinging back. Omnic continues to hold his ground, moving just 1 step closer to the finish line. Another clean win here, putting Omnic just a single round away from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher seeded player. What a finish! He shuts the door with a perfect shot to take the series. He just completely broke the script on this one. He's officially an absolute nightmare to read today.
Aster has a massive advantage in the head-to-head history, winning over 80% of their past encounters. And the rating gap between them suggests Zeph is facing a serious uphill battle today. We'll see if Aster can close this out quickly. Aster is absolutely dominating early, leading 2-0. The gap in their overall win rates is becoming a real factor. Aster holds a slim lead as we hit round 3. Coming off a rough patch with a free game losing slide. Zeth is really starting to fight back, completely flipping the script on this series. He's completely taken over this game, securing another effortless kill to take the lead. He's completely taken control, putting together a serious run now. Just a complete reversal of the expected outcome here. Aster answers back quickly to keep this series tight. He has a very strong 29-7 record across the day. Zed has an overall win rate of only 37% across his history. You know, it's a stark contrast to the confidence he's showing right now. He is definitely playing above his usual standard today. Zed is pulling well ahead with a comfortable 6-3 lead. An unexpected turn for a player ranked 36th on the ladder. Aster is showing real grit here, stepping up to shrink that lead. A necessary spark for the favorites to stay in this. Aster is really digging in here, securing another victory as we head into the final round of the half. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, this is far from what we expected, given that Aster usually wins about 80% of their meetings. Zeth is putting up a huge fight here. Let's see if Zeth holds this. That was a total shutout. He's showing a lot of heart to close that gap. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure to close this out. Zeth extends his cushion to 8-6 right now. Zeth is really putting the pressure on the favorite here. The favorite is refusing to buckle, stepping up again to keep the score tight. That's a precise piece of work to keep the gap small. Zeth is still in the driver's seat at 9-7. He's really defying the odds compared to their last set of games. He's showing a lot of fight, putting more pressure back on the leader. It's a tight battle for the lead as we move into the final stretch. A steady hand from Aster to level things up, keeping his health completely intact. Everything is completely reset as we enter the final stretch. The tide has completely turned. He's just claimed his third straight victory to take the lead. The momentum shift is which we expected from the higher seed. Zeth handles that one with ease to bring the series back to a dead heat. This is an incredible display of resilience from the lower ranked player. Aster is putting on a clinic here, securing a completely clean win to pull around the head. The pressure is mounting for Zeth as we enter the home stretch. Neither player can keep the lead for more than one round lately. They're just trading blows now. The lower seeded player has completely erased the deficit. What a response. He's almost there now, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's definitely proving why he entered this match with such high expectations. What a way to finish. Aster puts an end to it all and secures the victory. He really pushed him to the absolute limit, but that experience eventually paid off in the clutch. He had to work for that. Omnic enters this match with a decent 2-game win streak. He is certainly looking much more confident than Zeth, who has suffered through 4 straight losses recently. We will see if this gap in momentum stays this wide. The pressure is mounting as he secures another win from the window, moving to a 3-round lead. Finally on the board for Zeth, who refuses to let this match slide away. He needed that response to keep things competitive. He's staying aggressive and simply outdueling his opponent for another rapid-fire round. Unbelievable. He has completely raised that early deficit to bring us dead even. The slight edge in expectations is completely gone now. A lightning fast response there to regain the 1-round lead. That's a mirror image of their last meeting today on Dunes. Zeth is on fire right now, showing immense grit to bring this set completely level. Omnic barely edges ahead again with a tight 5-4 lead. The higher rated player is starting to assert some control here. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp and keeps this lead moving. Zeth needs a response quickly. The two of them are completely tied in their head-to-head record. Zeth manages to pick him off the ramp, showing great resilience to keep this tight heading into the break. He's refusing to let this slip right before the side switch. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead at the half. I mean, it is a very close fight that mirrors their historically dead-even rivalry. Zeth has definitely found a way to stay competitive despite those recent losses. Time to see who blinks first. A tidy win for the underdog, who just continues to claw his way back into this contest. The gap between them is practically non-existent right now. Omnic manages to clear the ramp, extending his lead back to 2. The lower rated player is struggling to hold any ground here. Omnic is just too sharp right now, shutting Zeth down again while he was pushed up on the ramp. His composure is vastly different from the struggle he had against Aster. An absolute blur of a round, and he keeps the heat on with another flawless kill. He is simply taking over the server, picking up another quick victory. A total shutdown from the leader, who now looks completely poised to end this match. Zeth manages to hold the ramp and put a stop to that onslaught. Exactly what he needed to keep his spirits high. What a finish. Omnic simply deletes him from the window to seal the victory. He's looking dangerous right now, and that second straight victory over Zeth really puts him in a great spot today.
Aster comes into this with a massive lead in their head-to-head record, having won 75% of their previous encounters. It's a huge psychological advantage that pairs well with his superior rank on the ladder. Now we just have to see if Omnic can repeat his most recent victory over him. Aster's holding the lead for now at 2-1. He's coming into this game in devastating form after a 29-6 run today. Unreal. That was a desperate fight, but he barely scrapes through with his life. He's asserting that rank difference early on. A perfectly clean exchange, and the momentum has completely shifted back to him. The rating gap is certainly making itself felt right now. He's refusing to go away, digging in to pull closer in this set. Still a tough mountain to climb for the underdog in this one. He's on a roll now, stacking up those wins and putting some serious pressure on his opponent. What a response, he just wiped out that early deficit and has managed to level the score. He is completely taken over this match, securing his 4th straight victory. Absolute lockdown from the side with the momentum right now. He just won't stop, chewing through the health pools to claim a 5th straight. Complete reversal from what we expected coming into this set. He's simply on another level right now, securing 6 straight and closing out the first half with total control. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It's an unbelievable start for the lower ranked player. He completely ignored the odds to put himself in a great position to pull off the upset. Aster needs a reset here. Omnic is currently defying an all-time win rate of just 34%. By leading this set, he's essentially fighting the tide of his entire career right now. I wonder if he can keep this level of execution against a player who typically manages to shut him down. He's showing a lot of grit here, continuing to claw his way back into the match. He's refusing to let up, continuing this surge to take a commanding lead. Omnic is widening the gap, sitting comfortably at 10-7. Just a quick reminder that his map proficiency is truly elite. He is showing a tremendous amount of fight, refusing to let the lead slip away. It's a nightmare scenario for the higher seeded player. Aster is starting to find some stability here, effectively trading blows with his opponent to keep himself in the hunt. He's just one win away from finishing this now, and the confidence is radiating off him. What a victory! Omnic digs deep to close this out and secures the map. He just completely broke the script today, coming out on top despite the odds being so stacked against him.
Esther enters this series with a strong 29-7 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Zed, who's had a much tougher time finding his footing recently. We'll see if Zed can shake off those previous losses. Aster holds the lead and looks completely in control. Coming into this, the head-to-head has been completely one-sided. Zef has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to level things up. He's putting up a huge fight given that massive rating difference. Zef is just refusing to let up, taking 3 in a row with an incredibly clean finish. The lower ranked player is completely taking over right now. Esther answers back quickly to keep this set dead even. A huge challenge for Zef given his struggle against Omnic earlier today. Aster edges ahead again, holding a slim 1-round advantage. He's proving why he's sitting much higher on the ladder. The surge continues as Aster takes total control of the map. A bit of a familiar story given their historical head-to-head. That was an effortless exchange for Zed, keeping himself completely healthy while securing the round. Zed is absolutely on fire, taking out Aster right from that elevated spot to keep the momentum swinging. He's completely in control, putting up another huge round to seize the lead right before the switch. Zef leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, this is a huge shock. He's staring down a massive rating gap, but he's outplayed the favorite for most of this half. Let's see if the trend holds. Zef keeps his grip on the lead at 7-6. The higher seeded player usually knows how to close these gaps. We are back to a deadlock at 7-all. A rough stretch for Zed after those losses to Omnic earlier. Aster is completely firing on all cylinders, putting up another quick win to reach 8 rounds. He's simply untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight to push his lead to 9-7. A quick adjustment, and he manages to put a stop to the run. He's fighting a steep climb given that rank 36 spot. Aster is really cementing his authority over this matchup. He has won the last 5 series they've played together. It's becoming a massive psychological hurdle for Zef to try and overcome in this second half. A gritty exchange, but he survives the chaos to close the gap to 9-11. He is showing surprising resilience against the higher seed. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster just barely claws out a win to put himself on the verge of victory. Absolute perfection from Aster to secure the final round and seal the victory. He really knows how to shut the door when it counts. Zef played some great rifles today, but just couldn't find that final gear. Omnic is just coming off a 4-win streak in his last 10 matches, and that momentum clearly carried over since he already beat Zed once today. It will be interesting to see if Zed can find a way to flip the script here. Omnic is absolutely dominating with a clean 2-0 start. It's just a continuation of the struggle Zed has been facing lately. Zed finally answers back, cutting the lead to 2-1. There was an incredibly crisp reaction. Zed has completely turned the tide on this one, shaking off those recent losses in a big way. He's fighting against some really tough form lately. He's just not letting up, taking a 3rd straight round in a heavy exchange. He's definitely ignoring that poor run of form lately. A quick reset for Omnic, bringing this series back to an even split. The head-to-head history between these two is practically a dead heat.
Omnic edges back ahead, reclaiming a narrow lead.
Zeth has definitely struggled to close out matches lately. Zeth claws back to tie things up at 4 apiece. Neither player is blinking first in this matchup. Both of these guys are just trading blows right now. It's basically a coin flip who walks away with this one. Zeth has dropped a scary amount of games lately with a 10% win rate over his last 10 matches. And that lack of confidence seems to be weighing on him during these crucial exchanges. He really needs to find a way to stop this slide if he wants to stay in the series. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and that's pretty much in line with how things look on paper. I mean, Zeth did put up a fight, but Omnic is simply outperforming him in the key moment. Let's see if Zeth can pivot. Omnic builds a commanding 3-round cushion at 8-5. Zeth is definitely fighting an uphill battle based on his rank. Another clean victory for Zeth, showing a lot of grit as he tries to close the gap. He's putting on a clinic with those response times. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to take the round, clutching it with just 3 HP. That's another heartbeat defying escape to keep the lead. He's refusing to go away, putting a sudden end to that attempt with an effortless shot. He just completely shut him down, continuing this impressive charge back into the game. The pressure is shifting back to the favorite now. Omnic manages to secure a 10-8 lead. He's definitely trying to avoid another 7-13 result like their last meeting. Omnic is really capitalizing on this run of form to put himself in a great spot. Zeth is showing some real nerve here, ending that exchange in a flash. The underdog is finally showing some life here. He's staying strong, picking up another effortless point to keep the pressure high. He is certainly playing like he's got something to prove. What a response from Omnic, securing a clean kill to move within striking distance of the win. He's starting to look like the favorite again. And that's it, a perfect final shot to seal the victory for Omnic. Zeth really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final gear to pull ahead. Hard-fought win. Aster has a massive historical advantage in this specific head-to-head, winning about 74% of their lifetime encounters, and you can see that confidence translating into the way he's taking these early fights. He just needs to keep the pressure up to avoid a repeat of their last encounter. Aster holds a narrow lead as we head back in. He's been looking sharp today with a 29-6 record across his matches. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a sliver of health after that brutal exchange. The gap in ladder rating is certainly starting to show. Aster is just one step ahead with a 3-2 lead. The underdog has actually been on a tear with 5 straight wins lately. Aster is really pulling away now, sitting at 4-2. That was incredibly fast. He barely gave him any time to breathe. Omnic is dealing with some tough odds here since he's only won about 34% of his career matches. It's clearly a steep climb for him to overcome his lifelong struggles with consistency. He's going to need to find a way to break Aster's momentum quickly. Omnic digs deep to secure this one, managing to trade out for the kill. A strong response from him after that rough stretch. Aster's cruising now with a dominant 7-3 lead. A tough spot for the number 31 ranked player here. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that mess, securing the victory by a hair. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Aster holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. And honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected him to be. He's really utilizing his familiarity with Orange to control the pace here. Time to see if Omnic can pivot. Aster's still in the driver's seat at 8-5. Both players have actually looked identical in their last 10 games. Aster is just too clinical, extending his lead to 9-5. He's showing exactly why he holds the higher seat on the ladder. Aster is just relentless right now, taking full control of this series. He's showing why he's ranked higher in the top half of the field. He's completely regained control, putting a huge dent in the opposition's hopes. The gap in raw ability is becoming painfully obvious. He's simply too fast, putting himself one step away from closing this out. Absolutely dismantling any hope for a comeback. A timely get for Omnic, keeping his hopes alive for a few more rounds. He's showing some resilience despite the current deficit. Another high-pressure win for Omnic, who keeps his hopes alive in this series. Really squeezing the life out of this series now. He's purely outplaying the competition right now, having secured 3 in a row. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a flawless final shot to take the match. Omnic really tried to push back midway, but he just couldn't keep up with the sheer speed on this map. Aster has an incredibly strong 80% win rate against Zef across their history. And honestly, he is entering this game on a heater after putting up an impressive 36 record today. It will be interesting to see if Zef can actually sustain this early lead. Z's gripping a tight 2-1 lead right now. The gap in skill between these two is normally a chasm. Aster is quickly erasing that early deficit and seems to have the upper hand now. His opponent has been struggling heavily in the last 24 hours. Zeth just keeps pushing, moving ahead 3-2. Definitely not the outcome the latter would expect from a rank 36 player. Aster claws back to bring us that level. Looking back, Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle today. Aster is really starting to stack up those wins, and he's making it look effortless right now. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that firefight, clinging to a narrow lead. He seems to have the matchup completely figured out. Aster just picks him off the ramp, extending his lead to 6-3. Zeth is really struggling to find an answer to this current form. Zeth gets the better of him from the ramp to trim that lead. That's a huge momentum shift to keep things competitive. He's proven he can hold his own against the favorite. Aster holds the high ground on the ramp once again, making a quick cleanup of that round. The gap in their overall skill ratings is proving to be a wall. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, this is exactly how we expected the match to open. The favorite is in control, though Zed has played some surprisingly scrappy defense to keep this close. Aster was way too quick for him there, shutting down any hope of a Zed comeback from the ramp. That loss to Omnic just earlier today seems to be weighing on him. Zef has really been struggling, putting up only a 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's starting to look like he's just running out of steam. We have to wonder if he can actually find a way to flip the script here. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply not letting Zeth get back into this match. Just a really tough day at the office for the rank 36 player. He just deletes Zeth off that ramp and stands on the verge of victory. Everything about this set has gone according to the projection. A sudden flash of brilliance from Zeth to keep the dream alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange to stop the bleeding. Unbelievable. Aster finishes the game with a perfect shot from the ramp to secure the victory. He's just completely dominated the map today. It's tough for the rank 36 player to keep up with that kind of pace. Omnic carries a narrow lead over Zeth in their long history together, but Zeth really seems to have a tactical advantage here, since he's been far more successful on this particular map. We have to see if that gives him enough confidence to push for an early lead. Zeth is playing with a lot of aggression, really utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure on Omnic. Zeth is just dominating, pulling ahead with a 3-1 lead. This is a huge turn for the lower rated player. He's on fire, using that boost to simply shut down any chance for Omnic. The lower ranked player is really making a statement today. Unreal. Omnic survives that absolute war of attrition with a mere sliver of health remaining. He needed a moment like that to keep this fight competitive. Zeth simply isn't letting up, securing another quick win from the Tetris blocks. A surprising showing given his recent struggles on the ladder. A swift response as Omnic picks him off the ramp to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to push back. What a fight! Both players were practically depleted, but Zeth manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. Zeth is simply too quick today, catching another easy win from the ramp. He's really shaken off those recent losses with this run. Omnic is playing with an immense amount of confidence, having won 70% of his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to how he's been struggling during this specific series. Zeth has the lead, but the momentum is definitely shifting. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's clearly taking full advantage of his superior 41% win rate on the arena to keep Omnic on the ropes. He's definitely the one in control right now. Time for a clean slate. Omnic is trailing, currently sitting back at 5. His rival is really struggling to find any stability in the rankings. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. It's a drastic turnaround for someone who's dropped 8 of his last 10. Omnic is refusing to just let this one slide. He's keeping it interesting. Zeth really needs to shake off that rough patch with a few more wins. Zeth is coasting toward a massive 10-6 advantage. Zeth is showing surprising grit today, despite those tough losses to Aster. Absolutely frantic exchange. He barely edges out the win in a complete slugfest. The head-to-head history between these two is practically a dead heat. A huge read by Omnic, who manages to pluck him right off the boost. He's showing why he was the slight favorite going into this one. Incredible, he manages to survive that brutal firefight and keeps the momentum shifting in his favor. He is proving surprisingly difficult to put down today. What an absolute brawl, he barely hangs on to bring the series back to a deadlock. He's clearly found another gear in this final stretch. Absolutely terrifying. He just rips right through that position on the Tetris to take a narrow lead. Just a total shutdown. He's now sitting on the brink of victory after an incredible surge. Zeth manages to hold his ground and push back, keeping the series alive. Zeth looks a lot more composed than in his last few series. Absolute chaos in this finish, and we are officially headed for overtime. What a turnaround! Omnic secures the match with a flawless final blow. What a way to seal the deal. An incredible way to close it out. We've officially reached the limit. Neither player can get a meaningful advantage as they slide right into the first set of overtime. Zed is really starting to put the pressure on, picking up his second straight win here. An incredible showing given his struggles throughout the last day. Pure efficiency from Omnic, who finally levels the playing field with a perfect finish. He's certainly fighting a tough battle against a very hungry opponent. Omnic is just refusing to buckle, taking a clean fight to push the score to 15-14. The higher seeded competitor is really digging in his heels now. What an ending! He finishes the rally with a perfect shot to claim the series. He really clawed back from the brink to hold that lead. Zed put up a hell of a fight in overtime. He had to work for that. Esther holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 319 total round wins over Omnic. That legacy usually means he controls the pace, but today he's coming in with a hot hand after a strong 29-6 run. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that momentum rolling through this series. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The higher rated player is finally answering back. Aster is really starting to shift the momentum in his favor here. Everything is completely reset now. What a statement! Aster takes full control of the series with a perfectly clean sequence. His rank 13 status is starting to show. He's just outclassing him right now, picking up another point to extend the lead. He's on a tear, securing his 5th straight victory. The higher seed is comfortably in control of the match. He's refusing to go down quietly, finally breaking that long run of losses. His confidence is clearly shaken after those fast losses. The pressure is mounting on Esther as soon as he lets the lead slip, putting the score right back within reach. The favorite's starting to look vulnerable. Esther's win rate on this map is 63%, which really plays into his strengths throughout this whole series. It's a significant advantage that explains why he's comfortably controlling the flow here. Now Omnic has to find a way to break that trend. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is exactly what the board predicted. He's showing why he's the favorite here though. Omnic is keeping the gap respectable. Time to see if Omnic pivots. Aster pulls ahead again, now leading by 3. Omnic is fighting a steep uphill battle against a highly consistent opponent. The response is continuing as he manages to shrink the gap to 2. He is definitely showing why he is a threat to the top 10. Aster stays firmly in command at 9-6. A consistent performance that mirrors his recent 13-8 victory over him. He's proving stubborn, clawing back into this and narrowing the deficit to 2. He's certainly not letting the pressure get to him today. Aster is still pulling away with a 10-7 cushion. This looks like a repeat of their previous clash on Orange. Aster's reaction time has been incredible lately. These rounds are ending in a blink. Absolute precision from Aster to put himself just one step away from victory. He's looking every bit as dangerous as he did against Kale. A crucial stop for Omnic, refusing to let this series end just yet. That was a fast, clean reaction to get back in the game. Another lightning fast reaction to keep the dream alive for Omnic. It's a worrying trend for the frontrunner right now. Unreal. He's completely shut down the favorite now, securing his 3rd straight point. What a fight! Aster digs deep to survive that exchange and closes out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't close the gap in the final stretch. He had to work for that. Aster has dominated the head-to-head match history, winning 80% of their encounters. So yeah, it's no surprise to see the favorite taking an early lead given how comfortably he's played against Zeth in the past. Zeth just shuts him down on that ramp. Now we've got a real deadlock early on. Surprisingly close for someone who just dropped the map earlier today. Zeth holds the edge now with a 2-1 lead. Huge shift from the momentum Aster had in their previous clash. We're all square now. Zeth and Aster are locked. Looking back, Aster has been in a completely different gear today. Aster is really starting to put a grip on this one as he builds his lead. The gap in skill level is starting to show. Another quick exchange from the ramp and the momentum swings back completely. He has certainly put in the work to reach that 12th spot. He's just taking over the server now, making it 4 straight for Aster. Zeth is really struggling to find a foothold tonight. Aster simply isn't letting up, picking him right off that ramp to make 5 in a row. He finally answers back from that ramp to put a dent in the lead. He's desperately needing to find some form after those 3 rough losses. Aster is way too fast for him today, simply deleting Zeth right off that toolbox. Aster is just too sharp, capitalizing on that ramp position to push his lead even further. The gap between their rankings is definitely felt. It's 8-4 heading into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Aster is firmly in command and the higher seed is just too clean on the server. Zeth needs a huge shift here. Zeth's looking much more comfortable now, using that ramp to keep the pressure on Aster. Looking like a much different story than that last set they played. Aster just wipes the floor with him from that ramp, quickly shutting down any hopes for a comeback. Aster has been absolutely relentless today, racking up a 36 record over the last day. This consistency is exactly why he sits so comfortably in the top quartile of our ratings. It's starting to feel like Zeth is just outclassed here. Zeth managed to break that momentum for a second, but Aster is right back in control now. Zeth has been fighting an uphill battle in almost every series lately. Aster earns a massive advantage, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Everything is swinging back his way at the perfect time. And that's it! Aster closes out the series with a total shutdown of his opponent. He's just on another level of speed right now, comfortably cruising through this set with his class on full display.
Omnic is actually leading their lifelong head-to-head series 196 to 193. It's a tight margin, but he usually finds a way to get the upper hand in these matchups. Let's see if Zed can push that streak further tonight. Zed holds a slim lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He's fighting hard despite that brutal 10-game slump in his last few series. Zed is absolutely on fire right now, simply outclassing Omnic in these early exchanges. Zed is just one step ahead at 3-2. It's a good look for the favorite to keep things competitive. We are all square now, an absolute dead heat. Zed is having a tough run across his last few series. Zed is refusing to let Omnic build any momentum here, shutting that little rally down immediately. Neither man is budging, and we're locked at 4 apiece. He's trying to shake off a rough run of form lately. Omnic just snatched the lead to go up 5-4. Zed is really feeling the weight of that 10-game slide lately. He's taking full control of the server now, putting together another clean win. A tough stretch for the number 36 seed right now. He's simply refusing to back down, securing his 4th straight win before we head into the break. He really seems to have his opponent's number today. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Well, he's really capitalizing on that momentum after putting together 5 straight round wins. Zed needs to find some answers quickly if he wants to stay in this. Fresh start for Zed here. Omnic has been far more consistent lately, winning 70% of his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to the 0% success rate Zed has seen during his recent slump. He's completely outclassed his opponent today. He is just far too fast, cutting through the competition for another effortless point. He's simply untouchable right now, moving within a single point of victory. Zed finally manages to fight back and disrupt that momentum. A quick reaction there to get back on the board. What a way to close it out! He shuts the door on this match with an incredibly crisp final shot. That's just a brutal way to start the day for Zed, who really couldn't find any rhythm on the Italian streets. Aster holds a significant advantage in their career meetings, having won 75% of their matches together. And it's clearly showing here as he carries all that confidence into the start of this series. What a frantic exchange. But he barely hangs on to extend his lead to 3-0. Omnic answers back quickly, knocking the opponent off the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's proving he can hold his own against the pre-match favorite. Another effortless win for the underdog, who simply refuses to go away. Aster looked far more composed in their recent clash against Zero. Aster still commands the pace, sitting comfortably at 4-2. His rank in the top 12 is starting to show. He stays aggressive, picking the opponent right off the ramp to close the gap. Absolutely fearless, he's completely erased that early deficit to bring the series back to a dead heat. A total turnaround. He takes full control of the map to pull ahead 5-4. The momentum shift is real for the lower seed. Aster clawed back into this one to even things up at 5-5. He's definitely looking like the more dangerous player today. A lightning fast reaction secures the lead for Omnic heading into the final game of the half. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, Omnic is really challenging the narrative here. He is playing way above his usual 33% map win rate to keep this a complete toss-up. New sides, fresh start. Aster really timed that push well, catching Omnic right as he stepped up onto the ramp. He's looked incredibly sharp across all his matches today. He keeps the pressure on, knocking his opponent off the ramp to level things up at 7-7. The favorite is starting to look a bit rattled. Aster quickly secures his position on the ramp and looks to be firmly in control of this contest. He's been absolutely dominant in his recent encounters today. What a response, picking him right off the ramp to bring this all the way back to a deadlock. A brutal trade of rounds as they head into the deep water. He's simply refusing to buckle, taking a clean round to further his climb back into this contest. He's simply on fire right now, surging ahead to a 2-round lead. Unbelievable! He just barely manages to scrap through that fight, denying Omnic's advantage on the ramp. That's why he's comfortably in the top 12 right now. He's showing some serious grit, shutting that door completely to extend his lead. Both of these players are trading blows right now, refusing to let the other gain any ground. He's really taking advantage of that 29-6 form today. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle now, just as Aster seems to be hitting his stride. He's just too sharp right now, taking a flawless third straight to put himself on match point. He closes it out in a flurry of shots to secure the victory. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He really made Aster sweat for every single round. What a fight.
Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Aster are facing off on Mappas, with Aster entering the duel as the heavy favorite. Aster starts strong, quickly cleaning up Zeth as he tried to hold the ramp. The gap in their ladder rankings is showing already. Zeth has an all-time win rate of 36%, so he's definitely fighting an uphill battle here. It's a massive contrast to Aster's dominant track record today. We'll see if this early push is just a fluke or something more. Zeth is suddenly in command, leading 2-1. He's definitely shaking off that tough 13-6 loss from their last meeting. He's just untouchable right now, securing another clean victory to extend the streak. Coming into this, Aster was looking completely dominant over the last day. Aster quickly answers back to bring the score within 1. The 12th ranked player is finally finding a way back in. We're completely deadlocked now with Zeth and Aster tied. He's looking every bit the top 12 seed right now. Aster secures another victory from the ramp, claiming his 3rd straight win. Aster has been an absolute force over the last 24 hours. That's 4 straight for Aster, who is simply outclassing his opponent right now. His head-to-head dominance in this matchup is honestly staggering. Zeth secures a fast response to put a halt to that run. He's certainly not letting a long losing streak get in his head. Everything is wide open now with a 5-5 deadlock. This is a shocking reversal of their typical head-to-head dynamics. Aster close ahead, taking a narrow 6-5 lead. The 12th seed is quickly asserting his authority in this set. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. Well, it's a pretty standard result given the 62% map win rate Aster brings into this. He's comfortably in a position to close this out. Time to swap sides. Aster is putting on a showcase here with a 36 record over the last day. That kind of momentum is nearly impossible to stop. He's simply operating on a different level than Zeth right now. Aster is just cruising now, sitting on a 9-5 lead. This is a tough spot for Zeth, who has struggled in his recent outings. Zeth is fighting for his life, trailing 6-9. That was a lightning fast straight to stop the bleeding. Aster just needs a handful more to put this away and secure the victory. The gap in rating is becoming very apparent. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Zeth is showing some grit, especially after that rough loss to Omnic. Aster is just a couple of rounds away from ending this one and moving on. He's certainly capitalizing on the massive skill gap between them. A seamless victory that puts him just one step away from ending this encounter. The gap in their current ladder standings is just too wide. Absolute perfection from Aster to close this out and secure the series. He really knows how to handle this matchup. Zeth fought hard, but the top seed just wasn't going to let him breathe. Omnic holds a slight career advantage with 187 wins against Zed in their head-to-head history. But that head-to-head dominance is facing a real challenge given how well Zed has performed on this specific map historically. It will be interesting to see if the ranking gap can close that gap. Omnic's currently in the driver's seat at 2-1. His current form is worrying, having dropped his last 10 matchups. Omnic wipes him off the ramp, completely taking control of this set. He's coming off a tough run of games recently. Zed responds quickly, bringing the tally to 3-2. He looks like he's fighting back from a really rough day. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece after that stunning recovery. A massive shift in confidence for the lower rated side. The momentum has completely flipped and Zed now has 3 straight wins under his belt. The underdog is completely flipping the script on this series. Zed is simply unstoppable right now, claiming another round to keep this run alive. A complete reversal from that 13-5 result we saw just recently. He's completely taken over the server, putting up a 5-round streak. A tough spot for someone sitting higher on the ladder. Unbelievable! Zed barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health, extending his run to 6 straight. A complete turnaround from that loss he suffered earlier tonight. Zed secures another victory from the Tetris to put his 7th straight on the board. It is a complete reversal of that tight set they shared earlier. Zed takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, it's a complete shock seeing him run away with the map after starting the day on a 12-game losing streak. We'll see if Omnic can recover. Time for a complete reset. Omnic is putting together a strong effort here, and he's actually won 70% of his most recent outings. It's a stark contrast to how the start of this match felt. We just need to see if he can maintain this foot on the break. Zed is really playing the distance perfectly, managing to secure that win from the ramp. That's a really promising start for the lower rated side. Zed is just cruising with a commanding 10-5 lead. Zed had such a devastating run of games leading into this. Omnic claws back to 6-10, but the hill is steep. This is a much closer fight than that previous 13-5 blowout. Zed is really putting on the pressure now, quickly shutting down that little spark from Omnic. Omnic really shuts him down coming off the Tetris, refusing to let Zed put this game away. Looking at the rankings, he's still the one to beat here. Zed is just one step away from ending this now. Just an absolute wall of strength today for the underdog. And there it is, Zed closes out the final round to seal the victory. He's finally found his footing again after that nightmare of a losing streak, really proving he can handle himself on this map. Aster really owns this specific map with a 76% win rate. It's hard to ignore that he also just took a close game from Omnic not too long ago. He looks incredibly comfortable right now. We're all square now. Omnic has found his footing. The higher ranked player needs to step it up quickly. Aster holds a slim lead as we head back in. He's definitely benefiting from that huge rating advantage tonight. The pace is lightning fast today. These two are practically trading kills in the blink of an eye. Aster is still in control with a 3-2 lead. The number 12 seed is looking just as sharp as he did in his previous match. Aster is distancing himself now, leading it 4-2. He's putting up an incredible 29-6 total today. And he's just completely shut them down, securing another effortless victory. Exactly what you'd expect from a player sitting in the top quartile. He simply won't let up, picking up a 4th straight to push his advantage. He's really capitalizing on that massive skill gap between the two. Total control from Aster, who just stepped up his momentum to 5 straight. He is really capitalizing on the momentum from his strong run today. Omnic finally answers back, cutting the lead down to 4. He definitely has a mountain to climb against a much higher rated opponent. Aster has a staggering lead with 321 total wins in their head-to-head history. So yeah, he's not just playing well today, he's leaning on the long-term psychological edge. It's going to be a huge task for Omnic to turn this around. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected this set to go. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. A clean burst to get that round back. He's certainly fighting to shake off those previous 2 losses. Omnic manages a response, bringing the tally to 5-9. A little late game resilience from the underdog. He's on fire. Omnic just grabbed his 3rd consecutive round and the tide is shifting. He's really starting to make this look like a competitive set. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this match, extending his streak to 4. He is completely defying the pre-match expectations right now. Absolute madness. He just keeps winning, completing an incredible run of 5 for the comeback. Aster shuts things down quickly to stop that momentum shift. Just a quick reset for the higher seeded player here. Aster is really closing in on the finish line now, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic. He's really reminding us why he sits at 12 on the ladder. What a fight! He barely scraped through that exchange to stay alive. A huge breath of air for him after that heart-stopping finish. Aster secures the edge in a fierce exchange, putting himself in a position to end this right now. The pressure is purely on the challenger now. What a slugfest! He barely clung on for his life to keep this series going. He's really digging deep to keep this fight alive. Game over, Aster closes it out and secures the victory. Omnic really pushed the pace and made him earn every single point. He just couldn't close the gap in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Zef are facing off on Italy to see who can claim the win. Omnic currently holds a slight lead in their all-time head-to-head. But it is hard to ignore that he has lost his last 3 matches. He needs to shake off that slump if he wants to actually leverage his historical advantage here. Zef is really heating up, putting Omnic on the ropes. The lower rated player is definitely playing his role today. These two are trading blows constantly, and we've got a total deadlock this early in the set. This looks like a much closer series than their last meeting. Zeth has a commanding 3-2 lead right now. Zeth is really capitalizing on his momentum from that earlier victory. Zeth has really surged ahead, now leading 4-2. The lower rated player is really playing the spoiler here. Omnic just needed a breather, and that round gave him exactly what he was looking for. We are all squared up at 4 apiece. He's definitely looking more confident than he did against Aster. The tide has officially turned, and he's now firmly in control of this series. He's looking way sharper than he did in that defeat to Aster. A swift reaction from Zeth brings us right back to a dead heat. It's an interesting flip from their most recent encounter. Zeth just edges ahead with a slim 6-5 advantage. The lower ranked side is really playing focus today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead going into the switch. I mean, we expected this to be a toss-up, but the lower ranked player is actually looking more composed right now. It's been a very back and forth opening half. Zeth holds on to a narrow 1-round advantage. He looks much more relaxed than he did in his fight with Aster. Zeth has a really rough stretch lately, having gone 8-26 in the last day. It's incredible to see him essentially flipping the script here. He is really making the most of this specific momentum. Zeth is simply not letting up, taking another easy round to extend his lead. This is starting to feel like a replay of their last encounter. What a chaotic exchange. He barely survives that firefight to get back in the game. That was an incredibly tight scramble to get back into the game. Omnic is showing some real grit, erasing that lead gap with another effortless flick. Zeth is just refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum right now. The rating difference is barely an issue in this specific series. A clean shot ensures he continues his push toward the leader. The top-seeded player is finally starting to stabilize his game. Absolute precision there. Zeth is now just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is truly making a statement in this set. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the match. He's really shaken off those bad losses from earlier today. Just a solid performance across the board to get the victory. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Omnic comes out swinging with a quick read, catching Zeth right as he stepped onto the ramp. Looking to bounce back after those tough losses earlier today. Omnic actually holds a slight lead over Zeth in their all-time head-to-head. Well, it's clear he's struggling to convert that edge into wins today. Zeth has a psychological advantage after taking their most recent... Omnic is really starting to build some momentum here, taking full control of the pace. That was a clean piece of work from the window. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing his third straight round without taking a single hit. Another perfect peek from the ramp as he extends this lead to 5-1. It's quite a turnaround from their previous meeting. The onslaught continues. He's completely dismantled the competition here with a 5th straight victory. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives that exchange, clutching out the victory by the skin of his teeth. Absolutely breathtaking play, staying alive with a single point of health. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, shaking off that narrow loss from last round to reclaim the lead. Omnic is currently sitting at 14-20 in his matches today. I mean, he's really struggling to put together a consistent run. He needs to find some stability quickly, or Zeth is going to carve out a huge lead. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives that slugfest from the toolbox, hanging on with a tiny bit of health. Absolute chaos coming out of that trade. Omnic leads 7-5 going into the break. Well, this is basically exactly how we projected this to go. Zeth has been scrappy to keep it close, but Omnic seems to have the tighter aim right now. Fresh start for both players now. Zeth secures another clean win from the ramp, showing plenty of grit in his effort to close the gap. The underdog is refusing to back down in this match. Omnic pulls ahead to 8-6 after that dominant display. The momentum is swaying back and forth in this one. Zeth keeps his composure in a messy firefight to narrow the gap further. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure as this gap shrinks. He just keeps pushing, erasing the deficit to bring this whole match back to a dead even split. He's completely shifted the energy of this series. Omnic is quick to react and shuts Zeth down while he was still pushing up that ramp. He needs this spark to avoid a repeat of those earlier losses. A complete reset of the scoreboard as Zeth continues his impressive climb back into the game. Zeth is showing incredible resolve, shutting everything down in a blur to take the lead. Pure deadlock now with both Omnic and Zeth tied 10 apiece. A really tight battle considering Zeth has been struggling today. Omnic is taking control again, really starting to put the squeeze on Zeth here. That was a total shutdown. He's now just one step away from securing the match. What a finish! Omnic closes it out and secures the victory. Zeth fought back incredibly hard, and those two narrow escapes really kept him in the game until the very end. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Omnic and Zed facing off to see who can claim the victory today. Omnic actually holds a slight edge in their total head-to-head history. It's a huge contrast to the recent momentum, since Zed has managed to take the last 2 meetings. Now the challenge is seeing if Omnic can flip the script today. A totally clean read for Zeth, who's just cruising through the start of this set. A fierce scramble for control, but Omnic manages to claw back around here. He's definitely showing why the oddsmakers leaned his way before the start. He's on fire now, digging deep to put the pressure back on Zeth. Zeth has to find a way to close the door quickly. What an exchange! He narrowly survives a chaotic gunfight to level things up. A total reset of the scoreboard here. He's completely taken over the match, surviving a brutal fight to move ahead. Exactly the kind of start we expected from the favorite. Unbelievable, he just shuts him down on the ramp to push this run to 5 straight. Looking very confident after that dominant stretch. Simply unstoppable right now as he secures another flawless win. Zeth is really struggling to get his footing early today. Wow, what a fight. Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. An absolute nail-biter that completely shifts the air in this room. He's simply not letting up, putting a stop to the run and bringing the gap right back down to 1. We're tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is basically a mirror image of the neutral expectations we had going in. Both players are trading big momentum swings, so this one is still anyone's game. Fresh start for both guys. The turnaround is officially in full effect as he secures a crisp lead to start the second half. The pressure is really mounting for Zeth to find an answer. An effortless strike to even things up, proving he won't just fade away. They're completely locked in a stalemate right now. That is a total shutdown of the round as he continues to climb back into this fight. He just rips through Zeth on the ramp to push the lead to 9-7. Zeth really needs to find a way to shake this off. He's completely in control now, putting Zeth on his heels with another rapid-fire elimination. Absolute lightning speed on that last engagement. What a fight. Zeth survives a genuine slugfest to keep his hopes alive. Pure desperation there, but he manages to pull through. Zeth manages to hold his ground and picks him off from the boxes. A huge boost of confidence for Zeth as the gap closes. He completely blanks his opponent, reclaiming a 2-round advantage. Omnic is really playing like the stronger player in this series. He's just completely unstoppable right now, putting himself 1 round away from the win. Zeth's looking a bit shaken after that swift loss of momentum. He manages to keep the dream alive with a quick reaction. A critical stop that prevents the series from ending right now. Another clean stop for Zeth, showing incredible spirit to keep this series alive. He's really digging in his heels to force this deep into the map. Simply an incredible display of nerves from Zeth, leveling the series to force an overtime thriller. A brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to outlast the pressure and secure the victory. He's completely locked in as the match reaches its climax. Absolute insanity. He somehow survives with just 3 HP to keep this war going. A huge heart-stopping escape to bring this set back to a dead heat. Zeth refuses to blink, securing another huge lead after an intense waiting game. A very gutsy performance from the underdog today. He manages to fight his way back into this, putting himself one step away from victory. He's really finding his timing now. What a finish! Zeth closes out the series and claims the victory. He really played a long game, showing so much grit to recover from that massive deficit in the first half. He had to dig deep for that one. Welcome to the arena. Omnic and Zeth are ready for action, and we're about to see who takes the win today. Zeth historically has the advantage here with a 41% win rate on this particular map. It's a strong foundation, but he's clearly struggling to translate that into results today. We'll see if that map knowledge can actually kick in now. Zeth is really heating up, pushing ahead 2-1. Hard to believe the rank 36 player is bullying him like this. The momentum has shifted again. We're back to a dead heat as they trade rounds back and forth. He's got the overall head-to-head lead in this rivalry. Zeth edges ahead by 1, looking very dangerous now. He's fighting through a tough 926 days so far. Zeth is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 4-2. The lower ranked player is really making his presence felt. Omnic just shuts that down, knocking Zeth right off the box to tie things up. His all-time win rate is just slightly below the opponent's. Zeth was just too quick to react and catches Omnic from the ramp. His overall win rate is quite similar to his opponent's. Omnic was just a step faster, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold that boost. This looks way more balanced than their previous meeting on AIM Italy P. Omnic has the slight edge in the long-term rivalry, leading the head-to-head count 188 to 185. It's interesting to see that confidence shaking, given how well Zeth is playing these current rounds. He'll need to find some stability if he wants to keep this lead. Zeth is pulling away with a commanding 7-4 lead. He's certainly bouncing back from the 10-13 loss on fast aim. We're looking at a 7-5 lead for Zeth heading into the break. You know, he's really capitalizing on his map experience here. He just needs to maintain this composure for the second half. He's refusing to back down, closing the gap to just one round. He's proving he can hang with a high-tier opponent today. A complete shutout here, and he claws the game back to a dead even split. He's showing the poise of a player accustomed to these high-pressure resets. Zeth makes a quick read and cleans him right off the ramp to take the lead again. The numbers, consistency in this pair is honestly wild. What a response. He claws his way back to a deadlock, refusing to let this game slip. Squeezing out that win just in time to keep things level. Zeth holds a slim lead as we hit round 17. That was a lightning fast trade to regain control. Zeth keeps the pressure high, leading 10-8. It's a complete reversal from that 13-10 result they just fought through. A perfect sequence for Zeth to secure his third straight, outplaying him right there on the ramp. This is a massive turnaround after the result on fast aim. He's on fire right now, extending that streak to 4 and putting himself in a position to end this. Pure instinct on that last exchange. What a clutch stop! Omnic manages to drag Zeth down from the Tetris to keep his hopes alive. A huge moment to put a dent in that momentum. Unreal, he secures a clean finish to close it all out. He just couldn't find a way to close it out. Despite the overall head-to-head lead, Zeth really stepped up for this one. Truly impressive win.
Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got a close matchup today on Dunes between Omnic and Zed. Omnic holds a razor-thin lead with 188 total wins in their head-to-head history. And honestly, that a lifelong rivalry is this close makes every single round feel critical. Let's see if Zed can flip the script today. Zed is currently pushing the pace with a 2-1 lead. He's simply too sharp right now, completely shutting down the competition for a third straight round. Omnic claims a quick victory from the box, bringing the score to 2-3. Both of these players have been grinding all day long. Zed is pulling ahead now, leading 4-2. Zed is really playing the role of the aggressor here. Zed is just too quick, securing another one from the box to really stretch this lead. Omnic shows some real grit, picking Zed right off the box to close the gap. That quick reaction really put the pressure back on Zed. Zed has been leaning into a strong run of form lately, having won 2 of his last few matches in a row. It's a sharp contrast to how Omnic has been struggling across his most recent series. The momentum clearly feels shifted in Zed's favor right now. Zed is commanding a strong 7-4 advantage. His form is heating up after those tough matches earlier. We've got an 8-4 lead for Zed going into the break. Well, he's effectively neutralized the map advantage that Omnic usually enjoys here on Dunes. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way back into this. Fresh start for both. Omnic claws one back, though Zed still holds a comfortable 8-5 lead. He's definitely trying to bounce back after those 2 tough losses earlier. A totally clean finish there, and the momentum is starting to swing back in the trailing player's favor. A total flip of the script after that early dominant stretch. Unbelievable. He's absolutely on fire now, putting a huge dent in that lead. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to tie things up at 8-8. The pressure is mounting for Zed to find a way to stop this skid. Zed puts an immediate stop to that run, taking a 1-round advantage. This is exactly how the earlier series on Blame map played out. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he survives the fray to even the score. He's certainly fighting for every single point in this set. Zed edges ahead again, holding a slim 10-9 lead. That is a great result for the lower-rated player. Zed is really finding a way to shut things down quickly lately, moving well into a commanding lead. That was a lightning-fast reflex, and he's showing a lot of heart to keep this series competitive. He manages to secure a huge point here, bringing this battle all the way back to a dead heat. Neither side is giving an inch in this absolute deadlock. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another straight win to put himself 1 round from victory. What a finish. Omnic completes an incredible run to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that victory, finally getting some revenge after those brutal losses on the AIM maps earlier. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Omnic and Zeph are facing off on orange to see who takes the victory. Omnic currently holds a very slim overall lead with 189 total wins over Zeph. These two are incredibly familiar with each other's style, and Omnic is looking to push that advantage further today. Omnic is really hitting up with a 2-1 lead. A quick response to get things back to a close game. Zeth is making a quick pivot here, completely reversing the opening momentum from those first two rounds. Slightly better form for Zeth over the last 10 games. Absolute chaos on the screen. Zeth barely clings to his life to extend his run to 3. The lower seed is putting on a clinical show here. Both players traded shots in a scramble, but Omnic manages to secure the equalizer. Both of them have had a rough run of results today. Zeth pulls ahead by a single point right now. He's had to fight a lot harder for his results today. Zeth has really started to turn things around today, and it shows in those recent match results where he won 2 out of 3. The momentum has shifted completely toward him now. If he can keep this pressure up, the all-time head-to-head rivalry will be completely flipped. Zeth is really pulling away with a 6-4 cushion. He's certainly taking advantage of his higher rank in this particular set. We've seen a lot of back and forth recently, and now we're right back to a dead heat. Both players have had a grueling day with these high match counts. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected from these two. It's anyone's game going into the second half. Fresh sides. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth is firmly in control with an 8-5 lead. He's really fighting through a rough 10-26 stretch today. Zeth's dominating the pace, sitting comfortably at 9-5. Zeth looks much more comfortable than his 13-10 rating suggests. Unreal! Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but Omnic manages to scrap through with almost nothing left. He's definitely showing a bit more grit in those low health battles. What a fight! He somehow manages to dig himself out of a hole to keep this comeback alive. He is refusing to let the game slip away just yet. Zeth still maintains a commanding 3-round lead. Zeth is fighting hard despite the tough day at the office. Zeth is putting on some serious pressure right now, forcing Omnic to dig deep to avoid falling too far behind. Just looking at the rankings, he's outperforming every expectation. Zeth is on fire, and just one more victory puts him in the winner's circle. It's a tough spot for the underdog to climb out of. Game over. Zeth closes out the set with a perfect final shot to seal the deal. He really dominated that exchange, making the gaps look huge with those lightning fast snaps.
Welcome everyone to the Berserk League duels. We've got a close matchup today between Omnic and Zeth on fast aim. Omnic holds a slight edge in their lifetime head-to-head record with 189 wins. But Zeth has been coming out on top in most of their recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can push that dominance further here. Omnic is running away with this, leading 2-1. A tight window here, since they're almost identical on this layout. Zeth is fighting back and has successfully neutralized the early momentum shift from Omnic. He's definitely trying to reverse those recent losses against this opponent. Zeth has really tightened his grip at 3-2. His overall win rate here actually mirrors his opponent's exactly. Unreal, Zeth barely walks away from that scrap, clutching it out with almost nothing left. His latest results suggest he's really found his confidence today. Omnic picks him off the ramp, keeping the gap small. Looking back, Zeth's struggle today is reflecting in those 10 wins. We are all square now, Omnic and Zeth tied. Zeth has had a rougher day overall with 10 total victories. Zeth takes total control of the space from that toolbox, moving back into the lead. Zeth is certainly trying to make up for that tough 10-26 run he's had today. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp, and we are back to a dead heat. Both of these players are sitting comfortably in the bottom 10 of our rating. Omnic just can't be stopped right now, cleaning up the ramp to push his lead. Looking a bit more comfortable for Zeth's opponent right now. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. We expected a toss up here, and this delivery is exactly that. Zeth is keeping the score close, but he needs more consistency to flip the script. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth manages to snag that round, showing some real grit by pulling the score even. Zeth is certainly grinding through a tough set of matches today. Zeth is looking far too comfortable at the moment, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic with that quick lead. Omnic claws back ahead by a single round. He's coming off a decent 16-20 run for the day. Omnic is just too sharp right now, putting Zeth in a tough spot after picking him off the toolbox. He's completely locked in now, claiming his third straight round without taking a single hit. Purely on the ladder, the two are separated by only 50 points. He's just completely taking over now, securing another from the ramp to hit that 4-round mark. He's certainly capitalizing on the momentum from their Dunes victory. He's completely overwhelming Zeth right now, and only one more round is needed to seal the victory. Zeth answers back instantly, denying that swift victory for his opponent. A huge momentum shifter right when the pressure was highest. Boom! Omnic clears him out of the window to seal the series. He really stepped up his game this time around and looked far more confident than usual, a strong way to bounce back for him. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Zef are facing off on Italy in another very close matchup. Omnic has a slight edge in their long-term head-to-head with a 189 to 188 lead. It's interesting because the momentum has shifted towards Zeth in their most recent encounters. We'll see if Zeth can continue to push that advantage today.
We've got a deadlock here with Omnic and Zeth tied.
Both of these guys have had a tough run of it today. Zeth now holds a slim lead at 2-1. Zeth has been consistently stronger in their most recent battles. Zeth is putting on some serious pressure here, really controlling the early pace of this set. Zeth keeps the lead, sitting comfortably at 3-2. Neither of these guys has found much stability in their last 20 games. Omnic claws back to level things up at 3-3. Neither player has really found an answer for the other today. The back and forth is incredible. We are seeing a real tug of war for control here. The higher ranked player is having a tough time staying on top. Zeth has a noticeably stronger run in their recent outings, posting a 50% win rate over his last 10 matches. That consistent form is translating well into a confidence boost. It's really showing in how he's handling these duels right now. That was an absolute scramble, but Omnic finds a way to survive and secure another round. That was a desperate scrap, but he managed to come out on top. A tidy finish for Omnic, who continues to narrow the gap just before we head into the break. A huge shift in energy as he puts Zeth on his heels. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected going in. Zeth managed to put a few together, but Omnic is staying right there in the fight. Let's see how the switch treats them.
He finishes the battle unscathed, showing a lot of heart by keeping this fight alive.
That was a clean sequence to get the momentum back. Zeth is pulling away now with an 8-6 cushion.
Zeth is really dominating now, holding a 9-6 advantage.
Omnic claims the high ground on the wine for a perfect execution. The pressure is definitely mounting for the current leader here.
Zeth still holds the upper hand at 10-7.
That was a lightning-fast exchange. Omnic manages to pick him right off the wine, keeping this comeback attempt alive.
The lower seed is proving surprisingly resilient tonight.
Zeth just stopped that momentum cold with an incredibly fast reaction.
He keeps fighting through the deficit, securing this round with total ease.
He's definitely not playing like a lower rated player right now. He's simply refusing to go away, continuing this surge with a totally clean finish. Total reversal from what we saw in the first half. Zeth shuts the door on that attempt, dragging Omnic right off the wine. The momentum is swinging heavily in his direction now. What a finish! Zeth closes it out right here to secure the victory. That guy just showed some unbelievable reflexes with that 1 sub-second kill to seal the deal. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Omnic and Zeth stepping up for a close battle to see who takes the win. Omnic is barely clinging to a 190 to 189 edge in their head-to-head record. But he's really struggled to close out games against Zeth lately. I mean, this is a rivalry where neither side can truly pull away from the other. Let's see if that history repeats itself here. Omnic has the momentum, leading 2 rounds to 1. He's playing a lot cleaner than his recent form suggests. Omnic is putting a lot of pressure on Zeth early on, and that lead is starting to feel substantial. Zeth's recent run of form isn't showing up on the board. He just wipes him right off the ramp to extend this run. Zeth hasn't had much luck in his other matches today. Zeth is digging in deep and refuses to let this game slide away. This side of the bracket usually favors a dominant start. Zeth secures another one, proving he's far from out of this match. This is a huge shift for the lower ranked player in this matchup. Unbelievable, he manages to secure the tie with just a sliver of health left. Talk about a complete turnaround from where we started. A sharp response there to reclaim the lead. Both players have really struggled with their consistency today. Zeth has the advantage on this specific map with a 38% win rate, and honestly, that's exactly why it's surprising to see him falling behind. It's becoming a bit of a battle of will for him to get back into this series. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, we expected a toss-up, and this is delivering exactly that. Zeth has the better map win rate, but Omnic is finding a way to keep his nose ahead. Fresh start for both of them. He's staying composed, closing the gap to just 1 round. He is proving why he's a top 15 threat on the ladder. Omnic pulls ahead again, holding a 2-round cushion. A tough day so far for Zeth, with those 10 wins across 26 matches. Omnic is firmly in control with a free round cushion. His recent 10-26 run is really starting to weigh on him. He's staying frosty and putting up a fight, closing that gap even further. Zeth is really stepping up to the challenge right now. He's staying aggressive and keeps the pressure high to claw back into this game. That was an incredibly clean finish to keep the pressure mounting. Omnic just pushes the lead back to 2. He's showing some real resilience after those tough losses earlier today. Omnic is really tightening the noose here, putting Zeth in a very precarious spot. The lower seeded player is suddenly fighting for survival. He's refusing to go quietly, picking up another one to keep the dream alive. He's really fighting for his life in this series. Absolutely nails it from the ramp. He survives by a hair to keep this rally going. That's another scary close call for the trailing side. Zeth shuts him down on the container to even things up at 11-11. Absolute chaos as everything resets right here. He's completely erased that early deficit. A huge moment for Omnic, taking the lead and putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's fighting a tough uphill climb to get this result balanced. What an unbelievable finish. He manages to force a draw, and we are headed straight to overtime. Absolute nerves of steel for both players in this deadlocked battle. Omnic catches him coming off that ramp to seize the advantage in overtime. This looks like a mirrored version of their clash on AIM Italy.
Zeth is simply refusing to break, coming through on a patient duel to bring us level at 13 apiece. The mental toughness he's showing right now is just on another level.
What a slugfest. He manages to weather the storm and scramble out alive with barely anything left.
The momentum has completely swung back into his favor. Everything is perfectly balanced. We are looking at a complete dead heat as we move forward.
Both of these competitors are firmly in the lower third of the ladder.
He claws back the lead in a brutal exchange, putting himself on the verge of victory. The confidence is clearly shifting with every trade. And he responds immediately, bringing us back to a deadlock in this overtime clash. An absolute deadlock now as we push further into the overtime. Zeth takes the lead by a single round. Zeth holds a tight 2-round lead over Omnic. He's really punishing any lapses in focus right now. Zeth is now running away with it, leading 18-15. He's completely shattered the opposition's confidence here. Zeth is comfortably ahead at 19-15 right now. Zeth really dug deep to close that one out in overtime, showing exactly why he's such a threat. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Today we have a great matchup between Omnic and Zeth to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a clear advantage here with a 42% map win rate. It's the perfect setup for him to take control since he's already coming off a victory against Omnic just moments ago. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going. Zeth is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Despite the current lead, Omnic still holds the narrow overall edge in their history. Zeth is really starting to build some ground here, putting a serious dent in Omnic's hopes for an early lead. This looks a lot like their most recent meeting on Italy. Zeth secures another win from heaven, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. The ladder difference between these two is minimal, yet the gap looks huge right now. Omnic manages to outplay him on the Tetris, showing some real grit in this set. He's certainly reminding us why he's rated so high on the ladder. Zeth is really punishing those ground angles, using that elevation to pull further ahead. His recent form is significantly stronger, winning 60% of his last 10. Omnic is actually the one leading their long-term head-to-head record, and honestly, it's becoming quite a curiosity given how easily Zeth is taking him apart today. The gap in their confidence right now is far wider than any career statistic could suggest.
Zeth secures another huge round from the Tetris and is now staring down a really commanding lead. Unreal! Omnic survives by a hair and manages to shut him down on the Tetris. Absolute nail-biter of a round, both players were practically dead. Zeth enters the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he's absolutely crushed the expectation of a close game. Omnic needs to find an answer fast or this will be over in a flash. Time for a total reset. Zeth is just cruising now with a dominant 10-3 lead. A tough stretch for Omnic after that 17-20 run today. Zeth is just untouchable, pushing his lead to 10-4. The higher rated player is fighting back here. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Zeth came out on top. The pressure is really mounting for that 12th point. Really tight exchanges from the high ground lately. Omnic is definitely making him work for it now. He's refusing to just let Zeth walk away with this series. Despite the current deficit, he's still the slightly higher rated player of the two. A clean shot puts him just one round away from victory. He's quickly clawing back any ground he gave up. That was a fast exchange to get him back in the lead. What a finish! Zeth closes the door with a perfect shot to take the series. He's just completely taken over this rivalry lately. Omnic's career lead over him doesn't even matter when he's playing this well. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off today on fast aim. Zeth came out swinging, picking Omnic right off the window to start us off. Expectations were high for this one, given how close their histories are. Omnic looks much more comfortable with that high ground advantage to even things up. Looking at their history, they are dead even with a total of 190 rounds each. The problem for Omnic is that Zeth seems to have the mental edge lately. He's managed to take the most recent matchups between them, and it's looking like he's trying to establish a permanent lead in this rivalry. Zeth looks way too comfortable on the ramp, shutting that down quickly to pull ahead again.
Both players are fighting an uphill battle with their recent daily totals.
Zeth's reaction speed is just incredible right now, shutting down the ramp attempt and extending that lead. Total chaos on that ramp. Omnic managed to come out on top in a frantic exchange. Looking for some redemption after those 2 straight losses earlier today.
A deadlock now as Omnic brings us to a stalemate. He's definitely found a way to play the underdog today.
Zeth just completely shut down that window peak to secure his control over the series.
He's had a tough run today with that 11-25 record.
Zeth has currently won 70% of his last 10 matchups. So yeah, he's really peaking at the perfect time to build some separation here. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can force a reset before this slides out of his control. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this was expected to be a toss-up, but Zeth is clearly the one in charge right now. That 4-round streak really shifted the momentum in his favor. Let's see if Omnic digs deep. A total scramble for that ramp control, but Omnic was just a split second faster.
He's definitely fighting against that recent slump today.
He's keeping his composure on the ramp, proving he can hang with Zeth in this series. The momentum is shifting in his favor as he claws back. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken control now, closing the gap to just 1 round. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Unbelievable. We are all square now as he finishes a perfect run to tie the series. He's purely untouchable in this specific exchange.
Zeth grabs the advantage again, holding his ground on the ramp.
He's really leaning into those recent head-to-head wins today. Zeth holds a slim 2-round cushion at 10-8. He puts the pressure back on with a quick strike from the toolbox, extending this run to 3 straight. Zeth is simply too strong right now, putting himself on the verge of victory. That is a crushing way to close out the momentum. A huge stop by Omnic to keep his hopes alive in this game. A quick reset to slow down the pace.
He really needed that to stay in contention.
Zeth shuts the door right there, claiming a decisive victory to close out the series. He just completely owns the head-to-head right now. Omnic put up a great fight, but his rival was just too fast.
Welcome everyone! We're on Dunes today for a great matchup between Omnic and Zeth. Zeth has a strong hold on the recent encounters between these two, owning 3 straight wins over Omnic today. It's a difficult spot for Omnic to be in since he's also currently in the middle of a 4-game losing slide. I wonder if he can find a way to turn this around. Zeth is just one step closer to another. Clean sweep. It's tough for the 36th ranked player to get some breathing room. Good heavens, a total firefight there. He somehow claws out the victory with a tiny shred of health left. Absolutely effortless. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now. This follows a very similar pattern to their recent meetings. What a response! He just completely shut that down to cut the deficit to 2. That was way faster than the last exchange. Omnic actually holds the map advantage here with a 42% win rate. It's just unfortunate that he's facing Zeth while in such a slump. He really needs to leverage that historical edge if he wants to pull this back. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that chaotic scrap with his life. That's a lot of pressure considering Zeth's dominance in their prior sets today. Zeth completely shuts the door on a comeback, asserting total control now. He's truly mirroring that dominant form from their previous sets today. A fast flick there to bring the score to 3-7. His recent results against this opponent have been brutal. Zeth is just dominating with an 8-3 lead. Zeth just seems to have the upper hand in this rivalry lately. We head into the break with Zeth leading 8-4. This has definitely shifted away from a neutral start. He is playing with way more confidence than Omnic right now. Time for a quick reset. Omnic finds a spark to make it 5-8. He is fighting against a really tough head-to-head history. He is refusing to go away, putting together 2 in a row to tighten this gap. He is simply on fire right now, pushing the score gap down to just 1. Zeth is completely reeling from this shift in momentum. A quick correction from Zeth to put the momentum back in his favor. Zeth keeps his lead firmly at 10-7. The higher seed is simply refused to let him slip back into this. And the tide turns back. He's on a tier now, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. A tidy sequence there to stop the bleeding and keep the fight alive. The underdog is finally fighting back from that deep hole. He just refuses to buckle, securing another clean victory to keep the rally alive. Zeth regains his footing with a clean sequence, putting him just 1 round away from victory. This high seed advantage is finally starting to tell. What a finale! Zeth finishes him off from the box to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in the second half, but he just can't shake that slump today. Welcome everyone to Mapas. Omnic and Zeth are stepping up for a duel, with Zeth entering as the strong favorite today. Zeth puts the pressure on early by using that ramp to get the first lead. Zeth has won 3 straight matches against Omnic today. I mean, it's becoming a real problem for the underdog. He's looking incredibly sharp, and the question is whether Omnic can find an answer before this gets out of hand. Absolutely commanding. He's outclassed his opponent in every exchange so far today. The head-to-head numbers are incredibly close, almost a dead even split. Omnic finally finds his mark, showing some grit to claw back into the set. That was a quick response to keep things interesting. Zeth holds a massive lead at 4-1. Zeth has had all the luck in their previous meetings today. A gritty fight there, but Omnic refuses to go away, narrowing the gap to 2. He's starting to find some openings in Zeth's defense. He's not backing down, keeping the pressure high with another secure kill. This is a huge swing in confidence for the man in the underdog spot. Incredible! He's completely erased the deficit to bring this match all the way back to a dead heat. A complete turnaround from the state of things just a few minutes ago. He is simply untouchable right now, moving into the lead with a perfect 4th straight round. He's simply taking over this map, extending his run to 5 straight. Zeth is just not seeing his usual dominance tonight. Unbelievable. He just wipes Zeth off that ramp to keep the streak alive. The momentum shift is absolute compared to how this started. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he has completely flipped the script after getting swept in their previous games today. We're seeing a massive shift in energy as he carries a huge lead into the second half. Let's see if Zeth wakes up. What a chaotic brawl. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to scrape through. That was a desperate fight for survival there. He just clears Zeth right off that ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The favorite is looking completely lost in this series. A patient encounter that ends with another perfect round for the man on top. It is a nightmarish turn of events for the man who entered as a heavy favorite. Zeth finally gets a round back, cutting the deficit to 11-5. A small glimpse of the form he usually shows in these matches. He takes full control of the lobby, putting himself one step away from a victory. The underdog is really making a statement today. What a finish! He outlasts the struggle in a brutal trade to seal the victory. A total shocker to see that outcome. After falling in 3 straight games earlier today, he's finally broken the curse. Welcome everyone! Omnic and Zed are stepping onto Italy for this match to see who comes out on top. Zed currently holds a slight edge in their career history, leading the total head-to-head 193 to 191. It makes sense that the rankings are so close given how evenly they've played across hundreds of matches. I'm curious to see if Omnic can find some answers here. Absolutely terrifying speed. He's completely shut out the competition in these opening exchanges. A huge response from Omnic, who looks much more composed and ready to close the gap. Zeth is still the favorite coming into this one. What a fight! He barely scraped through that exchange to keep his momentum climbing. He's just found an opening to force a much tighter game. Zeth was way too quick to punish that position, putting himself back in control. He's managed to secure a lead despite the shaky start of his day. Zeth has been significantly more consistent recently, with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games, and honestly, that confidence is starting to bleed into this series. He looks completely unfazed by Omnic's pressure. It will be tough for the underdog to break that momentum now. Omnic wins a clean exchange to close that gap to 3-6.
Coming off a rough 17-21 run today, he really needs these points.
Zeth is just dominating, cruising ahead at 7-3. He's really tightening his grip after that loose start. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat, up 8-3. It's been a tough road for Omnic, sitting at rank 36 on the ladder. Zeth heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, this was supposed to be a toss-up, but he simply outplayed his opponent. Omnic has to find a way to stop the bleeding if he wants a chance at a comeback. Time to see some new angles. Zeth is just too hard to shake, easily cleaning up from the wine to keep his lead secure.
He's certainly playing to that rating advantage right now. Zeth is looking lethal, pushing his lead to 9-5.
He's fighting hard to make this a closer affair. Goodness, what a scramble! He almost didn't make it out of that exchange alive. 2 fast exchanges in a row for the underdog. Simply untouchable right now. He's completely shifted the tide with 3 straight rounds in his favor. The confidence shift is real after that rapid sequence. He just can't be stopped, extending his run to 4 straight as he claws back into this game. A total reversal of fortune for the leading player. Unbelievable. We are all square at 9-9 as he keeps this incredible surge going.
The script has completely flipped since the half.
He has completely seized the lead, putting an incredible 6-round tear on display.
The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable in this series.
Zeth answers back immediately, bringing this deadlock right back to a tie. This is a complete coin toss at this point. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, edging closer to a victory with a couple of quick wins in a row.
This is typically the range where he starts to pull away.
That's another straightforward victory for Zeth, leaving him just one round away from the win.
He's certainly proving his top-tier rank in these closing moments.
And there it is. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final shot to close out the series. Omnic really put him through the ringer in that second half, but it just wasn't enough to seal the deal. He had to work for that.